The galaxy had always trusted hyperspace. From the earliest days of exploration, when brave scouts hurled themselves into the stars with crude navigation arrays, to the shining age of the High Republic, hyperspace was the thread that bound 1,000 worlds into one living constellation. It was not merely a highway of stars but a promise, a contract between civilization and the void, that those who risked the jump would emerge safely into light once more. For generations it had been so, and the galaxy, in its arrogance, believed it always would be. That belief shattered in fire and silence. In tonight's video we will learn the untold history of the galaxy far, far away, from the shining age of the High Republic, to the fall of the Jedi, to the rise of the Empire, and finally the legacy of the Skywalker bloodline. This is the complete Star Wars story, told in one seamless journey through battles, betrayals, redemption, and hope. So get comfortable, close your eyes, and let the Force guide you through 50 epic chapters of galactic history. Before we dive into tonight's sleep story, I want to share something with you. My dream is to make the best sleep stories on YouTube, epic adventures, soothing voices, and beautiful productions that help you drift off every night. But I can't do it alone. With your support, by subscribing, liking this video, and leaving a quick comment, you're helping me grow, improve, and one day bring in professional voice actors and even better stories. I already have videos on Harry Potter lore, Star Wars, and classic tales like Cinderella, something for everyone who loves to fall asleep to stories. This video is just the beginning of building something truly special, and with your help, I can make that dream real. So, if you believe in this journey, hit subscribe, drop a like before you fall asleep, and let's start tonight's adventure. The catastrophe began without warning, though in truth its roots stretched back far into the hidden schemes of those who bent the Force toward darkness. The official records, kept within the Jedi archives and later chronicled in the tale known as the Light of the Jedi in the canon histories, speak of the Legacy Run, a massive freighter tasked with ferrying settlers, supplies, and hopes across the void toward the Outer Rim. It was an ordinary voyage, routine, unremarkable, until hyperspace itself rebelled. The Legacy Run's captain felt the tremor first, the sense that something was not right with the lanes. Hyperspace was alive in ways few understood, a sea in which the Force itself swam, and on that day the currents twisted. The ship shuddered as if colliding with an unseen wall, the blue streams of faster-than-light transit splitting and writhing like broken glass. Desperation filled the minds of the crew, the unspoken knowledge that hyperspace had turned hostile. Some would later call it a storm, others a wound in the galaxy itself. What mattered in that moment was that the Legacy Run was torn apart, scattered into fragments that did not merely vanish but erupted back into real space with terrible precision. Across the galaxy, far from the place where the ship should have emerged, fiery wreckage appeared in the skies of inhabited worlds. To those who looked up it seemed as though the heavens themselves rained burning metal and shattered lives. Entire cities saw the sudden arrival of debris moving faster than thought, ships half-torn, passengers still screaming though they had already died in hyperspace's cruel grip. Whole settlements were annihilated not by fleets or armies but by pieces of a freighter hurled across the stars by some unfathomable disruption. For the first time in living memory, hyperspace was not safe. And in that instant, the golden age of the Republic dimmed. The Jedi responded first. They always did, when cries of fear echoed across the galaxy. From the shining halls of Coruscant to the frontier temples that dotted the Outer Rim, the call went out, and the Order leapt into action. Jedi Masters and Knights alike stretched out with the Force, sensing the tide of destruction yet to come, for the disaster was not finished with the shattering of one freighter. No, the Legacy Run's fragments were many, each one a blade cutting across the galaxy, each one re-entering real space at different times, in different systems. It was a storm not of hours but of weeks, a disaster unfolding in terrible waves. The Force itself seemed to convulse, warning the Jedi of what was to come. Entire orders of battle meditation were attempted, great gatherings of Jedi joining their minds to predict and intercept the fragments before they claimed more lives. The accounts tell us of Jedi who flung themselves into starships, racing ahead of the debris, using only the clarity of the Force to find where the next strike would fall. Sometimes they succeeded, saving colonies and space stations with seconds to spare. Other times, they arrived only in time to witness annihilation. Each success brought relief, each failure, grief that burned into the living force. It was here that the galaxy first began to see the Jedi not merely as guardians of peace but as saviors of entire worlds. In those days, when the Republic still shone bright, the Jedi's unity was at its height. They stretched themselves thin, sacrificing rest, safety, and even sanity to hold the galaxy together in the face of a disaster no warlord or Sith could have devised. Some historians later whispered that the Nihil Marauders, those storm-driven raiders who would rise under March Ion Ro, had a hand in this calamity, and the canon texts confirm that their strange path engines, unnatural devices that twisted hyperspace itself, were indeed connected. But to the average being huddled in fear on some backwater world, such details mattered little. All they saw was the fire in the sky, and the Jedi who came to shield them from it. Consider the thoughts of Jedi Master Avar Kriss, preserved in fragments of memory and echoed in the canon. She did not think in words, but in song, for she perceived the Force as music, as harmony binding all life together. When the hyperspace disaster struck, she felt the melody falter, collapse into dissonance, and her every instinct screamed to restore the harmony. Through her we glimpse how the Jedi of that age experienced the catastrophe, not merely as broken ships, but as a wound in the very song of existence. She stretched herself thin, connecting her mind to countless others, weaving a symphony of warning that saved lives across the rim. To read of her is to understand that the Jedi were more than warriors, they were conduits of the Force in its purest form. Others, too, left impressions upon the galaxy. Elzar Mann, haunted even then by visions of a greater darkness yet to come, wrestled with glimpses of destruction beyond imagination. He wondered if the disaster was merely the beginning, a fracture line that would spread through time itself until the Republic fell. His doubts foreshadowed truths the galaxy would not face for centuries. Stellan Gios, steadfast and unyielding, stood as a rock amid the storm, though even his resolve was tested by the endless tide of tragedy. The disaster revealed them all, not just as heroes, but as beings burdened with visions of the future. The Republic, for its part, strained under the weight of panic. Commerce faltered as hyperspace routes were sealed, fearful of collapse. Worlds at the edge of the rim, long accustomed to neglect, suddenly found themselves in the center of galactic attention, as fragments of the legacy run threatened them most of all. Trust in the Senate wavered, for what could politicians do against hyperspace itself? It was the Jedi, not the government, who inspired faith, and in this the balance of the galaxy subtly shifted. But even as the Jedi labored to save lives, shadows moved. March Ion Ro, a name that would grow infamous, watched with calculating patience. In the canon of the High Republic, his family carried secrets of hyperspace unknown to any Jedi, stolen maps and technologies that let them chart impossible paths. To Ro, the disaster was not tragedy but opportunity. While the galaxy reeled, the Nihil gathered strength, their storm cells uniting beneath his hidden hand. He would claim later that the Jedi's light only made his darkness sharper. And so the disaster became more than a singular event. It became a crucible, a reshaping of faith, and a herald of what was to come. Entire generations would remember where they were when the sky burned, just as centuries later beings would remember the fall of Alderaan. The great hyperspace disaster was not simply an accident, it was the first tremor of an age of conflict that would ripple through centuries, reaching even to the birth of Anakin Skywalker and beyond. The tragedy ended slowly, in fragments, as the last pieces of the legacy run fell and were intercepted or destroyed. Worlds mourned their dead, new memorials were raised, and the Republic, shaken but unbroken, began to recover. Yet scars remained, not just on planets scarred by impact, but on the psyche of the galaxy itself. Trust in hyperspace would never again be so absolute. Travelers looked to the stars with unease, wondering if safety was an illusion. Within the Jedi Order, a question lingered. Was this disaster random chance, or was it shaped by a hand in shadow? The Force did not answer. It only whispered of balance yet to come, and of storms yet to break. Thus the great hyperspace disaster passed into memory, recorded in the archives of Coruscant, retold in the canon chronicles of the Light of the Jedi, remembered by generations who would look back upon the High Republic as the last golden age before the darkness. The galaxy would shine still, brighter even, as the Republic raised its starlight beacon to prove hope endured. But history would judge that on the day hyperspace betrayed its travelers, the first stone was cast into waters that would ripple through all time, shaping the fate of Jedi, Sith, and Skywalker alike. And so it begins. In the wake of fire, the galaxy sought light. The great hyperspace disaster had left scars upon the stars themselves, and though the Republic did what it could to mend the wounds, unease lingered in the minds of countless beings. Entire worlds, once bustling with trade and travelers, now hesitated to trust hyperspace lanes. Fear spread quietly, not in the clamor of war but in the whispers of families wondering whether to risk a journey across the void. The Republic understood that a symbol was needed, something greater than ships or soldiers, something to remind every corner of the galaxy that they were bound together still. From that need arose Starlight Beacon. It was more than a station, more than an outpost. To those who conceived it, Starlight Beacon was a declaration, an answer to despair. Standing at the edge of the outer rim, it would shine as a flame, a reminder that the Republic's reach extended even to the most distant stars. It would serve as a hub of medicine, culture, diplomacy, and Jedi protection. To the galaxy, it was a promise that even in the farthest, loneliest corners of space, no world was forgotten. The construction of Starlight Beacon became not just a project of engineers and architects, but a work of faith. Jedi and Republic alike poured themselves into the task. Chancellor Lina So, remembered for her era of great works, envisioned the beacon as the jewel of her vision. Her motto, "We are all the Republic," found its truest expression in this station. Those who gathered on the rim to see it rise from the void spoke of a pride that stretched beyond politics. For once, worlds that rarely felt the touch of Coruscant's concern now watched as their voices and needs were recognized in Durasteel and light. The Jedi Order, too, saw in Starlight Beacon more than duty. For Avar Kriss, it was harmony restored after the discordant chaos of the hyperspace disaster. She felt the project not as cold steel, but as a chorus of lives bound together, each worker, pilot, and supporter playing a note in a greater symphony. Elzar Mann, ever restless with visions of futures unwritten, saw the beacon as both triumph and temptation. He feared, in quiet thoughts unshared, that such a monument might draw shadows as flame draws moths. Stellan Gios, by contrast, embraced the task with unwavering purpose, seeing in the beacon an anchor for the Jedi, a place where the Order could project stability across an uncertain galaxy. Even those who never set foot upon the beacon sensed its significance. Holonet transmissions carried images of the station's spires, gleaming against the black. Artists painted it, singers composed odes to it, and merchants dreamed of the wealth its presence would draw to frontier worlds. To the Republic's citizens, Starlight Beacon was not simply a station, it was proof that civilization endured, that light could shine even after hyperspace itself had betrayed them. In the canon of the High Republic, as recorded in Light of the Jedi and later histories, it is remembered as a golden monument, the last great flame before the galaxy's long descent into shadow. And yet, the Force whispered. Those sensitive to its currents felt beneath the triumph a note of tension, a dissonant chord. For every structure raised in hope, there lingered the possibility of its fall. Even as the beacon neared completion, pirates and Nile marauders prowled the rim, their hunger sharpened by the Republic's attention. March Ion Ro, whose hand in the hyperspace disaster remained hidden, watched with interest. Where the Jedi saw light, he saw a target. His mind turned toward futures in which the very symbol of hope would be struck down, and from that thought he drew strength. Still, the present was filled with celebration. When the beacon was first activated, its light shone brighter than any star, a pulse that carried across systems, announcing to all that the Republic had planted its flame at the edge of the frontier. Worlds once forgotten felt themselves seen. Colonists cheered, and travelers marked the beacon as a safe harbor in their charts. The Jedi stood upon its spires, gazing into the stars, believing they had built something eternal. In their hearts they held the certainty that so long as the beacon shone, the galaxy would never again be consumed by fear. Inside its walls were chambers not only of defense but of healing. Hospitals welcomed the sick from distant systems, embassies housed delegates from worlds seldom heard in the Senate, libraries offered knowledge freely to all who came. Starlight Beacon was not merely a military outpost or political tool, it was an embodiment of the Jedi ideal, a place where wisdom, compassion, and vigilance converged. For a brief moment in galactic history, it seemed the Republic had found its true form. But history is never static. The beacon's light, bright though it was, cast long shadows. The Nihil lurked in those shadows, waiting. The Drengir stirred from slumber, their hunger sensing the concentration of life and force that gathered at the station. And in the deeper currents of the Force, unseen by most, the balance tilted ever so slightly, a warning that no triumph stands forever unchallenged. Yet to those who lived in that age, such forebodings were distant. They looked upon Starlight Beacon and saw only glory. Pilots approached its docks with reverence, children pointed to its light as though it were a new star, and even the weary senators of Coruscant allowed themselves a measure of pride. In the annals of the Jedi archives, it is written that the galaxy had not known such unity since the earliest days of the Republic. For a time, the dream was real. Thus Starlight Beacon rose, a monument born of tragedy, shining as the answer to fear. It stood as proof that from disaster, hope could be forged stronger than before. And though the future would remember its fall as surely as its rise, in that moment the galaxy believed it had built something eternal, something that would outlast war and shadow alike. The Force, however, remembers differently. It knows that light and darkness are never far apart, that every flame carries within it the seed of its extinguishing. Starlight Beacon was both triumph and omen, and in its brilliance the story of the galaxy moved forward toward trials yet unseen. Yet as the beacon shone, as families gazed toward it as though it were a new star on the edge of the void, others did not see light but pray. To those who lived beyond the reach of Republic law, who thrived on disorder and fear, the beacon was not a symbol of hope but a challenge. It announced that the Republic meant to tame the Outer Rim, to stretch its hand into wild and uncharted space, to impose its order where chaos had long been the only ruler. And there were some who had built their power in that chaos, who would never kneel to a Republic star. They were called the Nihil, and under March Ion Row they became a storm. The Nihil were not new. Raiders had haunted hyperspace lanes for generations, striking from hidden bases, vanishing before fleets could corner them. They had always been feared, but they had never been more than another band of marauders among many. What set them apart now was not their ferocity but their leader. March Ion Row carried with him secrets passed down through blood and deceit, maps and devices that no Jedi possessed, keys to twisting hyperspace into pathways no Republic navigator could follow. Where the beacon meant to open safe roads, March Ion meant to cloud them with terror. The galaxy did not yet understand his name. The Senate scarcely acknowledged the Nihil at all, dismissing them as one more frontier nuisance. Even the Jedi at first underestimated them, seeing only scattered cells and desperate raiders. But March Ion was patient. He watched the Republic pour its pride into the beacon, watched Jedi extend themselves to protect worlds shattered by the great hyperspace disaster, and he waited. A predator knows the best time to strike is when prey is tired from running. Those who later chronicled the age, such as in the canon accounts of the High Republic novels, describe the Nihil not as an army but as a storm. They struck without pattern, their attacks like lightning across the stars, impossible to predict because they did not follow the lanes others used. The path engines that March Ion controlled allowed his raiders to emerge from hyperspace in impossible places, cutting across defended lines, striking where no Republic force expected. Entire systems that thought themselves safe woke one morning to burning skies. Within the minds of the Jedi, unease grew. Avar Kriss felt the harmony of the Force twist each time the Nihil struck, like a note bent until it threatened to shatter. Stellan Geo saw the Order's reputation stretched thin. For every victory the Jedi won against the storm only led to new reports of terror in another quadrant. Elzar Mann's visions grew darker, glimpses of fire and screams, the sense that the galaxy itself was bending toward something worse than raiders or even disasters of hyperspace. But the Council debated, as councils always do, and the Republic hesitated, as senates always have. And while they did, Marchion Ro grew stronger. To his followers, he was more than a leader. He was the Eye of the Nile, the one who saw paths where none existed. They whispered that he could guide them not just through hyperspace but through fate itself, though Marchion gave them no truth to cling to, only fear and awe. He understood power better than most, that it was not brute strength alone but the shaping of belief. The Nile feared him, and in that fear they obeyed. He did not need loyalty and to unite the Rim. Marchion built his storm to scatter it. Where the beacon sought to heal, the Nile sought to wound. Where the Jedi stretched out to guide, the storm swept in to confuse. Light and shadow grew side by side, neither yet able to eclipse the other, but both rising, both preparing for collision. It is easy, looking back, to say that the Republic should have seen him sooner, that the Jedi should have cut him down before the storm grew. But history does not unfold with such clarity. To many on Coruscant, the Nile were raiders preying on far-off settlers, nothing to shake the Senate chambers where politics and ceremony consumed their days. Only those who lived in the Rim, who saw their colonies burned and their families dragged into chaos, understood the storm was more than piracy. And by then, Marchion had already begun weaving his true design. He did not wish only to raid. He wished to break. To break the Jedi's image as saviors, to break the Republic's dream of unity, to break the very faith that people placed in one another. For where the Republic had built a beacon, Marchion believed in darkness, and he would make that darkness feared above all. Thus as the beacon's light spread, so too did the shadows around it grow. The galaxy entered a new balance, not of peace and prosperity but of light straining against storm. And though few yet understood it, the rise of the Nile marked the first unraveling of the High Republic's golden age. For every star that shines draws its shadow, and Marchion Ro was that shadow made flesh, the eye of a storm that would one day sweep the beacon itself from the sky. And in the midst of storm, hunger awoke. As the Nile gathered strength, striking like lightning across the Rim, another darkness stirred from slumber, older than the Republic itself and far more alien in its nature. Where Marchion Ro's marauders tore at the galaxy with cruelty and design, the Drengir hungered without purpose beyond consumption. They were not raiders who sought riches, nor conquerors who sought dominion. They were hunger incarnate, ancient plant flesh rooted in shadow, loosed upon the galaxy once more by chance and folly. It is written in the canon chronicles of the High Republic that Jedi Knights, exploring forgotten stations left by the Amaxine warriors of millennia past, stumbled upon bindings meant to keep these creatures in eternal sleep. Those bindings, frayed and tampered with, failed. And from the ruins, the Drengir rose. To the untrained eye they seemed vegetation twisted into the shape of nightmare vines and tendrils that writhed with unnatural thought. But to the Jedi, sensitive to the currents of the Force, they were something more. They were corruption given root, darkness that slithered not merely through soil but through the very bond that connected life. When the Jedi first felt their presence, it was not sight nor sound that struck hardest but the sensation in the Force. The Drengir sang not in harmony but in rot, an endless chant of hunger that pressed into the minds of all who stood against them. They thought only of flesh, only of devouring, and even Jedi trained to resist fear found themselves faltering against the sheer alien persistence of it. To fight the Drengir was to fight hunger itself, hunger that would never be sated. The Nile had been a storm of chaos, unpredictable but still rooted in the ambitions of beings with minds. The Drengir were something else entirely, a plague-given thought, a nightmare sprouting in every place they touched. Colonies fell not because they were bombarded but because vines choked their walls, roots split their foundations, and those who resisted were ensnared, drained, and remade as nourishment. Whole villages were absorbed into living tangles of corruption, their screams muffled beneath leaves that glistened with sap and blood alike. The Jedi confronted them because no one else could. Republic fleets were trained for ships and sieges, not forests of sentient hunger that crept through cracks and infiltrated every hold. Knights took up their sabers not in duels against cunning foes, but in endless slashing against vines that regrew as quickly as they were severed. Masters extended themselves into the force, seeking to cut the Drengr from within, but even then the hunger pressed back, tendrils writhing into their minds, whispering temptations to consume, to join the endless cycle of rot. Avar Kriss felt the discord in the force grow louder still, a bass note of corruption rumbling beneath the song of life she so carefully held together. Elzar Mann saw in visions roots that spread not across fields but through centuries, entangling the galaxy in shadow yet to come. Stellan Gios, ever steadfast, fought with clarity, but even he knew the battle was not one of blade alone. For the Drengr were not an enemy to be defeated once, but a hunger that would rise again and again so long as even a seed remained. And yet, the Jedi did not falter. They answered colony after colony, tracing the spread of corruption, uniting their strength in ways the Order had long trained for but rarely employed. Together they wove barriers of light within the Force, burning away the rot, severing roots not only of vine but of thought. In time, they learned the truth, that the Drengr were not merely plants but creatures once bound by the Sith themselves, chained in shadow until careless hands loosed them. In legends, too, whispers of such horrors appear, old texts describing forests that devoured flesh and would not die, but in canon it was the High Republic that endured their rising. The clash between Jedi and Drengr became not only a struggle for survival but a revelation of the galaxy's deeper nature. The Nihil proved that sentient beings could twist hyperspace for greed and power. The Drengr revealed that the Force itself harbored hungers and terrors beyond reason. Together, these threats pressed upon the Republic's edges, testing the Jedi's resolve, reminding them that no golden age is without shadow. And through it all, the beacon still shone, its light cutting through the void, calling for unity. Yet even its brilliance could not banish every shadow. For as long as the Nihil stormed and the Drengr hungered, the galaxy remained balanced on the edge of a knife. The Jedi fought with valor, the Republic held with resolve, but history remembers not only their triumphs. It remembers, too, how every new light drew older darkness from hiding. The Drengr would not be forgotten. Their hunger became part of the legend of that age, a reminder that the galaxy was never as safe as the Republic wished to believe. They taught the Jedi that peace was not merely the absence of war but the constant vigilance against rot creeping beneath roots unseen. And in their rising, they served as prelude to the greater fall yet to come. For the galaxy had entered a time when every hope it raised, every monument it built, would be tested. The Nihil stormed. The Drengr hungered. And in the distance, Marchion Ro's gaze never wavered from the beacon. The Force whispered that this golden age was already tilting toward dusk. But no matter how valiantly the Jedi fought, no matter how brilliantly the Republic's beacon shone, light does not endure without challenge. For while the Drengr were driven back, their roots scorched and their whispers silenced for a time, the Nihil were never idle. Marchion Ro watched with patience sharpened into cruelty, his mind turning always toward the beacon. To him, Starlight was not a sanctuary but a target, a jewel the Republic dared to flaunt at the edge of wild space, proof that it believed its order could tame the untamed. And what better way to show the galaxy the fragility of hope than to extinguish its brightest flame? It began slowly, as storms always do. Nihil raids grew bolder, their strikes coordinated with uncanny precision, always managing to slip past defenses. The Republic noted the patterns but never understood their cause, for they still did not realize Marchion controlled paths through hyperspace unseen by any Jedi or navigator. As the Nihil carved their way through the rim, they drove refugees toward the beacon, swelling its halls with the desperate and displaced. In this, the station fulfilled its purpose, standing as sanctuary. But with every arrival, strain grew heavier. Supplies thinned, healers worked without rest, Jedi stretched their strength beyond endurance. The very proof of the beacon's importance became the measure of its vulnerability. And then came the moment Marchion had planned for. The storm struck not as scattered raids but as a convergence, Nihil cells drawn together in a fury that spread across sectors. They swarmed like locusts, their ships bursting from hyperspace at angles no Republic fleet had anticipated, their tactics erratic yet perfectly placed. The beacon, meant to be the center of safety, suddenly found itself isolated, cut off from reinforcements, its defenders beset on all sides. The accounts preserved in canon describe that day in tones of horror and awe. Witnesses spoke of skies filled with lightning as Nihil ships discharged storms of weapons into the station's defenses. Jedi on the spires fought not only with sabers but with the Force itself, flinging back boarding craft, shielding crowds of innocents from fire. Masters like Stellan Gios held the line with unbreakable calm, while others, younger and less seasoned, strained beneath the weight of panic all around them. Avar Kriss poured her song into the chaos, seeking to unify scattered defenders, her melody rising against the storm's roar. Yet even her harmony could not drown the discord Marchion unleashed. Inside the beacon, fear spread like flame. Refugees huddled in chambers that shook with each impact, their prayers to the Republic answered only by the thunder of battle. Medical wards overflowed as casualties mounted. Republic officers shouted orders, trying to hold coherence against the madness of Nihil tactics, but it was the Jedi who bore the true weight, standing not as warriors alone but as pillars upon which all hope leaned. For as long as they stood, the beacon still meant something. But Marchion had no intention of simply battering the station into ruin. His cruelty was precise. He wanted the galaxy to see the fall, to feel the breaking of its symbol, to understand that the Republic's light could be snuffed out before their very eyes. Records tell of sabotage deep within the station, devices planted by Nihil infiltrators long before the assault, their triggers timed to detonate at the height of chaos. And so, even as defenders repelled one wave, explosions rippled through corridors, tearing open walls, spilling fire into chambers meant for healing. The beacon's light flickered, its systems failing, its structure beginning to collapse. The Jedi fought with desperation now, not for victory but for evacuation. They carried children in their arms, guided panicked civilians through smoke-filled passages, hurled debris aside with the Force to clear paths to fleeing ships. Some never left, their last moments spent holding collapsing corridors with outstretched hands until those behind them escaped. To the Jedi archives, their names became part of a solemn litany, honored as those who gave their light to hold the storm at bay for a heartbeat longer. Stellan Gios, who had believed so strongly in the beacon as anchor, remained to the end. His calm presence steadied those around him even as fire consumed the station. Canon recounts that he fell with the beacon itself, his last act one of sacrifice so that others might live. Avar Kriss survived, her song shattered into silence by grief, her mind forever marked by the loss. Elzar Mann, haunted already by visions, found in the fall of the beacon proof that his fears had been true, that every triumph was but prelude to collapse. And so the beacon fell. The galaxy watched, for Holonet transmissions captured the moment as if fate itself demanded witnesses. A monument that had once been hailed as eternal now broke apart, its spires crumbling, its flame extinguished in void. To those in the Rim, it was more than tragedy. It was betrayal, the proof that even when the Republic cared enough to build its flame, it could not protect it. To those on Coruscant, it was shock, a revelation that golden ages are not immune to storms. And to the Nihil, it was triumph, proof that no light shone beyond their reach. The fall of Starlight Beacon did more than destroy a station. It marked the end of the High Republic's golden era. Afterward, no one could look upon the Jedi with quite the same unshaken faith, for if they could not save the beacon, what else might they fail to protect? No one could hear the words "We are all the Republic" without remembering the flames that consumed its brightest promise. From that moment, doubt spread faster than any storm, and with doubt came fractures that would never fully mend. In the long sweep of history, the beacon's fall is remembered as the turning point. From light to shadow, from unity to unraveling, from hope to foreboding. The Republic endured for centuries more, yes, but never again with such innocence, never again with such certainty. The fall of Starlight was not merely the end of an era, it was the beginning of the long descent that would, in time, carry the galaxy into the birth of the Sith's greatest triumph and the Skywalker's tragic dawn. And in the silence after the flames, the Force whispered still. Balance shifts, it said. Light fades, and darkness gathers. The storm had come, and the golden age was over. From the ashes of the beacon, history drifted forward, and centuries bent beneath the slow weight of decline. What was once called the High Republic dimmed to simply the Republic, its light dulled, its faith in the Jedi no longer unshaken. The Jedi still served, the Senate still convened, but the golden glow had become tarnished by doubt, inefficiency, and quiet corruption. Where once a single flame guided the outer rim, now politics tangled in endless debate, and the Jedi, though revered, carried scars invisible to all but the Force itself. That scar of loss, first carved by the storm of the Nile, lingered long after their threat had been scattered into memory. It is in this diminished age that the prophecy came to bear its weight upon the galaxy. Whispers of balance, passed from master to master, hinted that one would rise, conceived not by ordinary means but by the Force itself. The archives remember this prophecy as ancient even by the time of the beacon, obscure and debated, but never entirely dismissed. And so it was that, far from the halls of Coruscant, on a world of dust and slavery, a child was born. His name was Anakin. Tatooine, the barren world at the edge of nowhere, had long been dismissed by the Republic, left to fester in the grasp of Hutt cartels. Its sons baked the desert sands without mercy, and moisture farmers scraped their lives from the grit of soil that gave nothing willingly. In the city of Mos Espa, amidst traders, criminals, and slaves, Shmi Skywalker gave birth to her son. She would later tell Jedi who questioned her that there was no father. The child had no lineage, no bloodline to account for his existence. He simply was born into bondage, marked by mystery. To those who later chronicled the age, this truth became proof of prophecy, a child of the Force itself, the one who might bring balance. In that moment of birth, no one saw what was to come. To his mother, he was simply her boy, curious and wide-eyed, strong in ways she did not fully understand. To his masters, he was property, another body to labor beneath the suns. But the Force knew. The Force had chosen its vessel. In every age, the Force bends, seeking balance, and when the beacon fell, a ripple had been set in motion. That ripple crested in the birth of Anakin Skywalker. Legends told of other beings touched so strongly by the Force, of children marked by prophecy, but none before had carried so pure a mystery as his origin. In canon, it is remembered with reverence and dread alike, a child without father, conceived by the midichlorians themselves, spoken of in hushed tones as the chosen one. Scholars debated whether this was truth or myth, whether Shmi's account was divine intervention or something darker, but such debates mattered little to the child himself. Anakin grew not in temples of marble but in dust, learning the harshness of survival long before he ever learned the name of the Jedi. The galaxy at large did not notice his birth. Senators still argued, trade routes were still taxed, fleets patrolled, Jedi settled disputes at the edge of law. The great machine of the Republic continued to grind forward, its wheels already straining beneath unseen fractures. And yet, far from Coruscant's gleaming towers, a boy was learning to dream of the stars, of freedom, of something greater than sand and servitude. The galaxy did not yet know him, but already he was its fulcrum, its turning point, the thread upon which fate would weave 1,000 years of prophecy and war. In the stillness of Tatooine's night, when twin moons cast pale light across endless dunes, Shmi would hold her son close and wonder at the gift and burden she had been given. Though she could not name it, she felt the current of destiny that swirled around him. Mothers know such things, even when they cannot explain them. She feared for him, even as she cherished him, for the galaxy was not kind to slaves, and the galaxy is never kind to those chosen by prophecy. Thus the boy grew in obscurity, unnoticed by the galaxy's great powers, unmarked in the Senate's ledgers, unnamed in the Jedi's councils. But the Force remembered. It whispered through him even in childhood, guiding hands that built with skill beyond his years, stirring courage that shone brighter than fear, igniting a spark that would one day blaze across the stars. In his laughter, in his questions, in his restless energy, there already lived the paradox that would define him, compassion and fear, brilliance and recklessness, love and loss. The beacon had fallen. The Republic had dimmed. The Jedi waited for a destiny they did not understand. And in the sands of Tatooine, destiny had been born. Anakin Skywalker entered the galaxy not as a prince or senator, not in halls of power or in the glory of temples, but as a slave child with dust on his skin and freedom only in his dreams. Yet it is from such humble beginnings that history bends most sharply, for the Force does not choose as mortals would. It chooses as it must. And so the story shifted, flowing from the ruin of an age into the dawn of another, from the fall of light into the fragile birth of the one who would carry its balance. The Chosen One had come, and with him, the saga of the galaxy turned its gaze toward destiny. And so the boy grew, unknowing of the prophecy that swirled like unseen dust around his every step. Tatooine's suns baked him, the heat teaching endurance, the labor of slavery teaching both obedience and defiance in equal measure. Anakin Skywalker was restless even as a child, his hands drawn to machines, his heart drawn to skies, his mind forever dreaming of places beyond the horizon. In his soul there stirred the same pull that had guided explorers of old, the call of stars, though he could not name it. To him, the galaxy was possibility, and yet his chains reminded him daily of limits. It was here, in this quiet obscurity, that destiny chose to reveal itself. For the Force does not abandon its chosen, and when the galaxy began to tilt toward shadow, it arranged its threads with care. From the shining worlds of the core, a Jedi Knight J. Qui-Gon Jinn, known even then for his independence, for listening to the living Force rather than the strict dogma of the Council, came to Tatooine by circumstance, or by fate, which is never truly chance. The galaxy remembers this moment in canon as the hinge of eras, preserved in the chronicles of the Phantom Menace. For Qui-Gon did not seek a savior or prophecy. He sought only to protect those he had been charged with, Queen Amidala of Naboo, her people endangered by the growing greed of the Trade Federation. Yet in fleeing blockade and threat, he was brought to the very world where destiny had hidden its chosen. It is as though the Force itself pulled him down into Mos Espa's streets, whispering that in the dust of slavery lay the fulcrum of the galaxy. Qui-Gon's eyes fell upon the boy, and something within him stirred. Not recognition in words, for Anakin was still a child, dusty, curious, and bright with questions, but recognition of presence. The Force sang strongly through him, so strongly that Qui-Gon felt it not as a whisper but as a current rushing around and through the boy. He tested what he could, finding reflexes that defied chance, instinct that spoke of connection deeper than training. And when Shmi spoke of no father, only the child born by the will of something greater, Qui-Gon's thoughts turned inevitably to prophecy. He did not speak the words aloud in that moment, but within him the truth resonated. This boy might be the chosen one, the one long foretold to bring balance to the Force. And yet prophecy is a dangerous thing, for it shapes expectation as much as it reveals truth. To Qui-Gon, it was clarity. To the Council later, it would be doubt. But to Anakin, in that moment, it was only the recognition he had longed for, that he was more than a slave, more than dust, more than the confines of Mos Espa. He was seen. The chronicles recall that Qui-Gon acted with the defiance that had marked his life. He wagered for the boy's freedom, placing trust not in chance but in the living Force to guide the outcome. Anakin's skill in pod racing, unmatched by human reflexes, became the proof of what Qui-Gon sensed. Against all odds, the boy triumphed, and chains fell from his wrists. He did not yet understand that in winning freedom he had also stepped onto the path of destiny, a path that would carry him from dust to stars, from innocence to fire. Shmi remained behind, bound still by slavery, her heart torn even as she urged her son to go. She felt the truth, as only mothers can, that Anakin's life would not be small, that his leaving was both gift and wound. The Force whispered to her as it whispered to all touched by its current, and though she could not hear it in words, she knew. She kissed her son goodbye, and in that moment a bond was stretched across the galaxy, one that would echo in Anakin's heart all his days, one that would one day return to him in grief and wrath. Thus Anakin Skywalker left Tatooine. He was no longer only a slave child in the desert. He was now a free boy carried into the hands of the Jedi, his life entwined with theirs, his destiny entwined with the galaxy itself. The Republic did not yet know him, the Council did not yet trust him, but the Force had revealed him. The prophecy had taken its first step from obscurity into the light of history. And so the flow of time bent once more. The beacon had fallen, the Republic dimmed, and now a boy chosen by the Force itself had been found by those sworn to guard balance. But balance, as always, demands more than recognition, it demands cost. The galaxy would learn this in the years to come, for destiny is never gift without burden. The discovery of Anakin Skywalker was a beginning, and with beginnings come endings yet unseen. The boy left Tatooine and stepped into a galaxy that was already tightening its grip around him. Freed from chains of slavery, Anakin Skywalker entered the embrace of the Jedi, but not without hesitation. The Council felt his presence, and with it, unease. They measured his potential and found it greater than any they had known, but they also felt the shadow in him, fear too deep for one so young, attachment rooted in the love he bore for his mother, anger born from loss and the desire never to lose again. Qui-Gon Jinn alone stood firm, his faith not in rules or in prophecy alone, but in the living Force, in the truth he felt within the boy himself. Qui-Gon believed the child was the chosen one, the one to bring balance. The Council doubted. They weighed words, debated endlessly, as was their way, but history did not pause for their deliberations. Already the galaxy had begun to fracture, greed and shadow threading their way through trade disputes and senatorial corruption. On Naboo, the Trade Federation's blockade escalated toward invasion, and beneath it all moved a hand none yet recognized, Darth Sidious, Chancellor-to-be, Sith Master cloaked in shadows. It was here that fate converged. The boy who was prophecy, the master who believed in him, and the apprentice of darkness who would one day shape his fall, all threads wove together on Naboo's soil. And in the clash that erupted, history remembers the duel of the fates. The records of this moment, preserved in the canon of the Phantom Menace, speak of an ancient temple corridor, humming with the glow of energy gates, where Jedi faced Sith for the first time in 1,000 years. Darth Maul, the apprentice of Sidious, revealed himself, horned and tattooed, eyes burning with hatred, double-bladed saber whirling like death itself. Against him stood Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, master and apprentice bound not only by duty but by affection. They did not yet know Maul's true purpose, nor the depth of the Sith's return, but they felt in him a tide of fury long thought banished. The duel was more than blades and strikes. It was the embodiment of what the Force itself whispered. Qui-Gon, steadfast in his belief in living balance, fought not only for victory but for the chance to train the boy who might fulfill prophecy. Obi-Wan fought with the fierce precision of youth, loyal and eager to prove worthy of his master. And Maul fought with the singular purpose of the Sith, to destroy the Jedi, to end their guardianship, to announce through blood that the darkness had returned. They clashed in a storm of sparks and fury. Each strike echoed through corridors, each leap and parry ringing with the weight of centuries of peace broken. To those who later recalled this duel, it was as though the galaxy itself held its breath, for the outcome would shape the course of generations. The fates were not only the lives of those present, but the fate of Anakin, of the Jedi, of the Sith, of the Republic itself. The moment of turning came swiftly, as such moments always do. Qui-Gon, separated from Obi-Wan by the hum of energy barriers, faced Maul alone. He fought with dignity, with skill, with every ounce of faith the Force granted him, but the Sith's fury was overwhelming. Maul struck, and Qui-Gon fell, pierced through the body, his light extinguished. In that instant, the living Force surged, carrying his last will, his last plea, into Obi-Wan's heart. The boy, train the boy. Obi-Wan, fueled by grief and rage, fought on, striking Maul down with ferocity that surprised even himself. Maul's body fell into the abyss, though history would later reveal his survival. In that moment, however, the Sith seemed vanquished, Obi-Wan victorious. Yet victory was hollow, for his master lay dying, and with him died the one voice of the Council who had seen clearly the truth of Anakin. Qui-Gon's death was more than the loss of a master. It was the loss of balance at a critical moment. Had he lived, he would have guided Anakin with the compassion and freedom of the living Force. Instead, the boy's training fell to Obi-Wan, dutiful and bound to the Council's rigid ways. Though he loved Anakin as a brother, Obi-Wan was no Qui-Gon, and destiny would unfold differently because of it. Thus the Duel of the Fates was not only a battle of blades but a battle for Anakin's soul, fought without his presence, its outcome sealed in Qui-Gon's final breath. And so the boy stood at the edge of the galaxy's great conflict, freed yet bound, chosen yet doubted, and now entrusted to one who had not sought to train him but who would honor his master's dying wish. Obi-Wan took Anakin as his Padawan, and in that moment the course of the saga bent further toward shadow. For the Sith had returned, the Jedi had been struck, and the boy who was prophecy stood on a path neither he nor the galaxy yet understood. The beacon had fallen. The Republic was dimming. And now the Jedi themselves, once unquestioned, had been wounded by the hand of the Sith. The storm was building, and the boy stood in its center. The echo of Qui-Gon's fall had scarcely faded when the greater shape of destiny revealed itself on Naboo. The duel had ended with Maul's body cast into the abyss and Obi-Wan kneeling at the side of his dying master, but beyond the corridors of that plasma-filled reactor, the larger battle raged. Naboo's fields and cities bore witness to a struggle that was both war and symbol, for the conflict between the Trade Federation and the people of Naboo was not merely local but a mirror of the Republic's decay. Greed had armed itself with droid armies, and politicians had cloaked tyranny in the guise of legality. The Naboo, led by their young Queen Padmé Amidala, fought with a courage that belied their vulnerability. Against them marched legions of battle droids, efficient, tireless, mass-produced symbols of a galaxy in which sentient life was being reduced to pawns of commerce. The Gungan armies, long mistrusted and isolated, rose to fight beside the Naboo, proving unity stronger than prejudice. In the swamps and meadows, their shields flared blue against the endless ranks of machines, living courage against manufactured obedience. Above, the stars burned with the clash of fleets. Naboo's pilots, among them a boy who had only just escaped slavery, hurled themselves into the void against the Trade Federation's massive control ship. Anakin Skywalker, carried by instinct stronger than training, piloted his starfighter with a grace born not of experience but of the Force. Where others saw chaos, he felt only clarity, a thread of destiny guiding his hands. In canon, as told in The Phantom Menace, his actions destroyed the control ship, freeing the droids from their command matrix, and turned the tide of the battle. What seemed accident to onlookers was the will of the Force, shaping history through the hands of a child. When the dust cleared, Naboo was free. The droid armies fell, lifeless without command. The people celebrated unity, the Gungans and Naboo standing together in victory. To the galaxy, it appeared as a triumph of courage and cooperation, proof that the Republic could still overcome its flaws. Yet beneath celebration lurked a deeper truth, one that few yet perceived. The Sith had returned, and though their apprentice lay defeated, their master had been advancing his plan all along. For even as victory was proclaimed, the Senate looked to Naboo's senator, Palpatine. He had moved with quiet precision, presenting himself as humble servant of democracy, even as he manipulated crisis into opportunity. Queen Amidala's call to action in the Senate, her plea against corruption and paralysis, had given him the opening he required. Chancellor Valorum was displaced, his authority eroded by indecision, and Palpatine, with sympathetic votes swelling in his favor, rose to the office of Supreme Chancellor. To those on Coruscant, it seemed the natural choice, a capable man from a loyal world, elevated to restore efficiency and strength. To those with vision, it was the first step into shadow. The Jedi, weary from loss, did not see the full danger. They knew the Sith had returned, but they believed the danger had been vanquished with Maul's fall. They did not yet perceive that the true Sith Lord stood in the Senate's chambers, cloaked in courtesy, smiling as he accepted the mantle of leadership. Palpatine's rise was not through open conquest but through democracy itself, through the very system meant to prevent tyranny. And so, while Naboo celebrated freedom, the galaxy quietly entered a new captivity. Anakin Skywalker, still only a boy, stood among the victors, yet his gaze lingered on the place where Qui-Gon had fallen. He did not yet grasp the galaxy's politics, nor the rise of Palpatine, but he felt the weight of destiny pressing harder upon him. He was now a Padawan, sworn to the Jedi, trained by Obi-Wan out of duty and love. Yet in his heart stirred the grief of separation from his mother, the absence of the only anchor he had ever known. Victory could not silence that pain, and in its silence the seed of fear grew. Thus the Battle of Naboo ended, remembered as triumph, but beneath it the galaxy shifted. The Republic had shown both unity and corruption. The Jedi had fought both valiantly and blindly. A boy had revealed his extraordinary gift, and a master had died believing in him. And above all, a politician in plain sight had taken his first true step toward empire. History remembers Naboo's victory as bright celebration, but the Force remembers it differently. It remembers it as the moment light dimmed and shadow deepened, when a boy of prophecy took his first steps toward greatness, and a Sith Lord took his first steps toward dominion. The duel had been for fate, but the battle was for the future, and its outcome had set the stage for a galaxy's long fall into war. The celebration of Naboo faded into history, its songs echoing only briefly before the undertone of unease returned. Palpatine's rise to Chancellor had been achieved without blast of fire, without fleets or sieges, but it was conquest nonetheless. The Senate had chosen efficiency over vigilance, and the Jedi, weary from loss, did not protest. The galaxy carried on as if balance had been restored, yet beneath the surface, threads pulled tighter. For the Sith had returned, and their shadows stretched farther with each passing year. And in this age of subtle decay, another fracture revealed itself, not in the Senate or in the Republic at large, but within the Jedi themselves. Count Dooku, once one of the Order's most respected masters, stood at the heart of that fracture. He had been a Jedi of noble bearing, refined in wisdom, and admired even by those who disagreed with his methods. His voice carried weight in the council chambers, his saber had defended countless worlds, and his mind was sharp, ever questioning. Yet questioning turned to doubt, and doubt to disillusionment. For Dooku saw what others would not, a republic rotting beneath corruption, a Senate enslaved by greed, a Jedi Order bound too tightly to politics it claimed to rise above. Where others saw flaws to be endured, he saw rot that could no longer be ignored. The chronicles of canon, preserved in Attack of the Clones and expanded in later accounts, remember Dooku as the Jedi who chose to walk away. He left not in anger but in cold clarity, tendering resignation from the Council and the Order itself. To the Jedi who remained, it was a wound they did not speak of often. Masters grieved, apprentices whispered, for if one so noble could leave, what did that say of the Order's strength? They called him Count again, restoring to him the title of his birth on Serenno, though in truth he was already stepping onto a darker path. Yet Dooku's departure was not merely resignation. It was the first step toward rebellion on a galactic scale. As he returned to his ancestral home, he found more than solitude, he found allies. Senators disillusioned with Coruscant's endless bureaucracy, systems burdened by taxation without representation, star systems that felt the Republic's hand as heavy rather than protective, all turned their ears to his words. He spoke with eloquence of freedom, of sovereignty, of a galaxy unshackled from the corruption of the core. His charisma was a weapon sharper than any blade, and across the rim, entire sectors began to listen. But Dooku was not merely a man of vision. He was a man already ensnared. In secret, Darth Sidious revealed himself, whispering promises of power and purpose. To Dooku's mind, the Sith's darkness was not corruption but clarity. He believed that only strength could cleanse weakness, that only order enforced without compromise could save the galaxy from collapse. Whether he truly believed this or merely convinced himself of it, history cannot say. What is certain is that the man who had once been a Jedi Master became Darth Tyrannus, apprentice of Sidious, cloaked in shadows as he gathered his separatist movement. The separatists did not call themselves rebels in those early days. They called themselves the Confederacy of Independent Systems, worlds united in defiance of Coruscant's corruption. Their fleets grew not through piracy but through industry, droid armies commissioned in secret, factories humming on worlds where the Republic had no oversight. Dooku's words gave them legitimacy, his presence gave them nobility, and his hidden master gave them purpose. The Jedi felt the tremor but not the storm. They debated Dooku's choice, spoke of him with regret, but few perceived how far his influence already reached. Systems began to fall away quietly, not in war but in diplomacy, declaring independence as though it were a reasonable act rather than the seed of galactic conflict. The Senate, preoccupied with procedure, allowed it to continue, certain that secession would never grow large enough to threaten the whole. They were wrong. And so, from the celebration of Naboo grew silence, from silence grew dissent, and from dissent grew separation. Where the Republic sought unity, Dooku built division. Where the Jedi sought to heal, he sowed doubt. He was no longer Jedi, no longer servant of the Order, but the face of a movement that would soon engulf the galaxy in flames. The beacon had fallen, Palpatine had risen, Anakin had been discovered, and now the Republic itself began to fracture under the weight of its own corruption. The fall was not sudden, but with each step it quickened. The departure of Count Dooku was not the end of peace, but it was the first true note in the requiem of the Republic. The Force whispered that the balance was shifting once again, and this time the storm would not be raiders or hunger. It would be civil war. The fracture widened. Count Dooku's departure had already shaken faith in the Jedi, and his growing confederacy of independent systems whispered of freedom in a galaxy tired of corruption. Yet rebellion alone would not be enough to topple the Republic. For centuries, its fleets and Jedi Guardians had held the line, imperfect though they were. What the Confederacy required was an army vast enough to overwhelm, tireless enough to endure, and obedient enough never to falter. In this, the Sith had already prepared the answer, for Darth Sidious had long been weaving threads unseen, binding future and fate into a weapon of his own design. Far from Coruscant's gaze, on storm-lashed oceans beneath eternal lightning, lay Kamino, a world of cloners who thrived in secrecy. Their art was perfection in replication, their society built upon science that could craft life as tool. To them came a commission, years before the galaxy knew to fear it. A Jedi Master named Sifo-Dyas, touched by visions of galactic war, had sought to prepare for it. Troubled by what he foresaw, he secretly approached the Kaminoans to commission an army for the Republic, an army that might defend peace when words failed. But visions are easily manipulated, and Sif Chade had ensured that the order placed in the name of Sifo-Dyas would be seized and guided by his apprentice. Dooku, now Darth Tyrannus, stepped into the role unseen, shaping the army's creation, ensuring its purpose was not only to defend but also to betray. The Kaminoans, clinical and detached, asked no questions beyond contract and compensation. To them, an army was a commission like any other, and their craft was in efficiency, not morality. And so the clones were bred. Millions of lives created in vats, accelerated in growth, trained from birth to fight, their minds disciplined by design. They were shaped from the template of one, Jango Fett, a bounty hunter of Mandalorian armor and merciless skill. His DNA became the seed of the Grand Army of the Republic, his combat prowess replicated across legions. In exchange, Jango asked for more than credits, he demanded a single unaltered clone, a son in truth if not in birth. This child, named Boba, would inherit more than armor. He would inherit legacy and vengeance. The clones grew in secret, beneath Kamino's storms, learning to march in step, to fire in unison, to die without question. They were engineered for loyalty, but buried deep within them was the darkest of contingencies, woven by Sith design, an order that, when spoken, would turn their loyalty against the very Jedi they were meant to serve. The Kaminoans believed it only a safeguard, the Jedi believed the army a gift, but the truth was far sharper. This army was not salvation. It was a blade pointed at the heart of the Order itself. When the Republic at last learned of the army's existence, it came not through foresight but through chance. Jedi who pursued assassins traced threads to Kamino, and there, to their shock, discovered legions already bred in their name. They did not ask deeply enough why, did not see the manipulation that had guided Sifo-Dyas's vision and Dooku's hand. Desperate for strength against the rising separatist threat, the Senate accepted the army as though it were Providence. Chancellor Palpatine, ever the picture of concern and reassurance, allowed the Senate to grant him emergency powers to deploy them. He spoke of necessity, of defense, of preserving the Republic, and few dared to question. The galaxy was already on the edge of war, and in fear, people grasp any weapon that promises safety. Thus the Grand Army of the Republic was born, not as the Jedi's defenders but as their doom. Clad in white armor, helmets shining beneath the stars, they would march into history as heroes of the Clone Wars. But beneath every helmet lay a secret none could yet imagine, a single phrase locked behind their eyes that, when spoken, would turn hero into executioner. The Jedi did not see. The Senate did not see. Few ever do when darkness cloaks itself in the garb of salvation. They looked upon the clone legions and saw protection. Sidious looked upon them and saw inevitability. In that moment, the fall of the Jedi was already sealed, though its blade would not descend for years to come. And so the galaxy moved, piece by piece, into war. The Confederacy gathered fleets, droid armies multiplied without number, and the Republic, once bound to diplomacy, now bore an army bred for battle. The age of debate was over. The age of war had begun. The storm could no longer be held back. For years the Republic had frayed at its edges, systems seceding to join Count Dooku's Confederacy, senators shouting across chamber halls while worlds fell into disarray, Jedi stretched thin to soothe disputes that multiplied faster than they could be quelled. The discovery of the clone army on Kamino had been treated as providence, as if the Force itself had given the Republic a weapon for survival, though its origin lay in manipulation darker than any of them could fathom. And so, when the tinderbox of politics and treachery finally ignited, the galaxy plunged into war. Its beginning was marked not by treaties or declarations but by the clash upon a barren world of dust and stone, Geonosis. It was there that the threads converged. Obi-Wan Kenobi, ever the dutiful Jedi, pursued a trail of assassins and whispers until it carried him to the red canyons of Geonosis. In those caverns, beneath the watch of the insectoid Geonosians, factories churned out droids in numbers the Republic could scarcely imagine. Endless ranks of battle machines marched in unison, a tide of steel and circuits prepared for war. The Confederacy of Independent Systems, guided by Dooku's charisma and Sidious's hidden hand, was no longer only an idea but an armed reality. Obi-Wan's discovery was met with capture, and Anakin Skywalker, along with Padme Amidala, followed in reckless loyalty and devotion. They too were seized, dragged into the arena where execution was spectacle, where the roar of Geonosian crowds echoed across ancient stone. Bound in chains, they faced beasts loosed for slaughter, while above them Count Dooku watched with calm amusement. To him, it was more than execution, it was demonstration. The Republic's protectors humbled, its systems shown the price of defiance. But the Jedi were not so easily extinguished. When Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme stood against the monsters, refusing to yield even when surrounded, rescue came not in shadows but in brilliance. A host of Jedi descended upon the arena, blades igniting in every color, the Order revealed in force as it had not been for generations. It was a sight remembered with awe and terror alike, for to the crowds it seemed as though the galaxy itself had been split open, light pouring in from every direction. Masters and knights fought shoulder to shoulder, their sabers flashing arcs of brilliance against droids that swarmed without end. The clash was chaos, elegant precision against mechanical efficiency. The Jedi struck true, but numbers overwhelmed them. For every droid cut down, another marched forward, blasters raised. The arena became a storm of fire, Jedi falling one by one, their bodies vanishing beneath the tide. Even the greatest among them, masters who had taught for decades, found themselves pressed beyond endurance. The Order had revealed its strength, and in doing so revealed its vulnerability. It was then, when all seemed near collapse, that the sky filled with thunder. Dropships pierced the clouds, their hulls marked not with the sigils of the Republic Navy but with the white armored figures bred in Kamino's storms. The clone army, revealed at last, descended upon Geonosis. Legions poured into battle, their discipline flawless, their fire coordinated, their presence overwhelming. For the first time, the Republic fought not with diplomacy or Jedi alone but with soldiers bred for war. The battlefield became a crucible. The clones advanced in waves, gunships firing into droid ranks, artillery pounding factory walls, the clash of metal and flesh echoing across the canyons. Jedi and clones fought together, side by side, defenders of a republic that had never before known an army of its own. The separatist droids resisted with endless numbers, but for every Jedi who fell, 100 clones pressed forward, their armor gleaming white against red stone, their voices unified by training if not by choice. Amid the chaos, Anakin Skywalker's path intertwined with destiny once more. Reckless, passionate, driven by both love and anger, he clashed with Count Dooku in the depths of the Geonosian stronghold. Obi-Wan fought at his side, master and apprentice against master-turned-traitor. But Dooku was not the same man they had once known in the Order's halls. He wielded the dark side with precision, striking them down one after another, his blade cutting deep into Anakin's flesh, his power overwhelming Obi-Wan's skill. The duel revealed a truth the Jedi had long denied: the Sith were not gone, and they were stronger than the Order had prepared to face. Only with the arrival of Yoda did the tide shift. The ancient master, small in form but vast in the Force, faced his former student in a duel that shook stone and seared memory. Light and shadow danced across the chamber, two philosophies clashing as blades. Yet even Yoda could not end the conflict. Dooku, cunning and calculating, fled into the shadows, his escape secured, his plans intact. He had shown the Republic and the Jedi alike that the Sith were not only alive but ascendant. When the battle ended, the factories of Geonosis lay in ruin, but the galaxy had been transformed. No longer could secession be seen as isolated rebellion. No longer could the Jedi believe their blades alone sufficient. War had begun. The first clash of the Clone Wars had spilled across the sands, leaving thousands dead and millions more destined to follow. The Senate hailed victory. The Republic celebrated its new army, seeing only salvation in the legions of clones. Palpatine, cloaked still in the guise of benevolence, accepted with solemnity the powers required to command the war. He spoke of duty, of sacrifice, of necessity, and the Senate cheered, blind to the chains they were fastening around themselves. The Jedi did not cheer. They looked upon the battlefield and felt only unease. They had been generals in a war they had not chosen, leading an army bred in secrecy, fighting an enemy whose leader had once been one of their own. They had been drawn into the center of conflict, and though they fought for the Republic, they could not escape the whisper that they had stepped onto a path from which there was no return. The galaxy had changed in a single battle. Where once disputes were settled in chambers and courts, now they would be settled with fleets and armies. The Clone Wars had begun, and with them began the unraveling not only of the Republic but of the Jedi themselves. For every victory would cost them pieces of their soul, and every battle would carry them closer to the end written in shadow. War had begun, and with it came transformation not only for the Republic and the Jedi, but for the hearts of those who fought beneath their banners. The Senate passed legislation with haste it had once thought impossible, fleets mobilized across sectors, factories turned from commerce to arms. Jedi, once negotiators and keepers of peace, found themselves wearing the titles of generals, commanding armies bred for battle. The galaxy learned to live with war as if it had always been so, and yet beneath the thunder of starships and the march of clone legions, quieter currents stirred, currents of love, of fear, of longing. It was in those hidden currents that destiny deepened its hold upon Anakin Skywalker. From the first moment they met on Tatooine, Anakin's heart had been bound to Padme Amidala. As a boy, he had looked upon her with wonder, sensing in her a light beyond duty, a compassion that touched him as deeply as any vision of the Force. Years later, as war cast them together once more, that bond rekindled not with the innocence of youth but with the urgency of survival. Naboo's fields and Geonosis's arena had revealed to him that life was fragile, that love might vanish in a single breath. and so he clung to Padme with all the intensity of one who had lost too much already. Padme, for her part, resisted as long as she could. Duty bound her, duty to her people, to the Senate, to the Republic. Love, in her world, was a sacrifice she could not afford. Yet the galaxy had changed. The Clone Wars spread like wildfire, battlefields consuming thousands with every clash, and the certainty of tomorrow grew dim. In that uncertainty, she too allowed herself to feel what had long been denied. In Anakin's passion she found not recklessness alone but devotion, not danger alone but hope. And though she knew the cost, she chose it nonetheless. The Jedi Code forbade attachment. Masters taught that love was a path to fear, fear to anger, anger to the dark side. They warned that personal bonds could cloud judgment, turning protectors into possessors, guardians into tyrants. Anakin knew these teachings, repeated them in the quiet of his own training, yet in his heart he could not reconcile them. How could love be wrong, when it felt as though the Force itself had drawn him to Padme? How could devotion to another life be weakness, when it gave him strength to endure? Thus he kept his love hidden, not because it was shame but because it was forbidden. And so, in secrecy, their choice was made. Not on the grand stages of war, not in the eyes of Senate or Jedi, but in a quiet ceremony away from the galaxy's gaze, Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala bound themselves together. On Naboo, amid the beauty of Veracino's lake country, where water shimmered and mountains held their vigil, vows were spoken without words, promises exchanged without witnesses but for two who bore silent approval. C-3PO and R2-D2 recorded nothing, and history's records mention only whispers, but the Force itself bore witness. It was a marriage of hope and of peril. To Padme, it was a chance to love fully even as war threatened to take all else. To Anakin, it was a vow that he would never lose her as he had lost his mother, a vow that in time would grow into chains. What they saw as love, the Force knew also as prophecy, for in their union was woven the destiny of children who would one day save what their father would destroy. The galaxy did not pause for their vows. Even as they held hands beneath Naboo's skies, fleets moved, armies marched, systems fell and others rose in defiance. Yet their secret became the quiet center of Anakin's world, the truth he guarded more fiercely than any military order. It gave him solace, gave him courage, gave him the illusion that he could master both love and duty without cost. But the Force whispers that nothing is without cost, and already the seeds of fear had taken root. Thus in the first days of the Clone Wars, as the Republic and Separatists clashed in battles that scarred entire systems, another war began in silence. It was not fought with armies or fleets, but within Anakin himself, the war between duty and desire, between Jedi discipline and human love. To Padme, the choice was tender, necessary. To Anakin, it was everything. And from that secret union, hidden in peace while the galaxy burned, history would take its darkest turn. For as love became attachment, and attachment became fear, the prophecy of the Chosen One bent closer toward shadow. The galaxy saw only a Jedi Knight and a senator. The truth, however, was far greater, the birth of a bond that would shape the fate of empires, the rise and fall of Skywalker himself, and the dawn of heirs who would inherit both his light and his darkness. The Clone Wars spread outward like fire carried on wind, each battle feeding the next, each victory proving fleeting, for no system could remain untouched by the widening conflict. Jedi, once scattered across the galaxy as diplomats and guardians, now stood at the head of legions, their sabers igniting not in council halls but on front lines. The Order grew weary beneath the mantle of generals, and though they fought with courage, each campaign pressed them farther from the peace they had once sworn to defend. In this storm of war, warriors rose and fell, some remembered in triumph, others in tragedy. Among them was one whose death would echo through legacy rather than prophecy, Jango Fett. Jango's presence in the war was not as commander of armies but as their origin. His face was mirrored across millions of soldiers, his DNA replicated into legions who marched in perfect discipline. Yet he himself remained apart from them, a lone bounty hunter, a man of steel and silence who had bargained with the Kaminoans not for allegiance but for lineage. He had demanded a single unaltered clone, a son named Boba, the only true heir of his blood. To Jango, that son was more than repayment, he was continuation. To Boba, Jango was not template but father. When the war first thundered across Geonosis, Jango stood on the Separatist side, pledged to Count Dooku. To the Jedi, he was little more than mercenary, dangerous but expendable. To his enemies and allies alike, however, he was far more, the living source of the Grand Army of the Republic, the man whose likeness would shape the galaxy's future. And on the dusty floor of Geonosis's arena, that source was brought to an end. The canon remembers the moment clearly. In the chaos of the first great clash, Jango Fett faced Jedi Master Mace Windu. Against droids and beasts the Jedi had fought with resolve, but against Jango the duel was precise, merciless. Blaster fire lit the air, flamethrower roared, rockets shrieked. Yet none of it pierced the calm of Windu's focus. In a flash of violet light, Jango fell, his head severed from his body, his legacy ending in an instant even as his clones marched on into war. To the galaxy, his death was a footnote, another casualty in the chaos of Geonosis. To the Jedi, it was the removal of a threat, a dangerous hunter struck down before he could kill more. But to one boy watching from the shadows of the arena, it was the shattering of a world. Boba Fett, still a child, saw his father die, his hero reduced to a lifeless body in durasteel armor. No words could soften it, no comfort could erase it. In that instant, the boy's childhood ended, and in its place rose vengeance. He took the armor, the helmet scarred by battle, the weapons forged by his father's skill, and from them he built not memory but identity. Boba Fett was not merely the son of Jango, he was his continuation, molded by loss, hardened by hate. While the galaxy burned in war between clones and droids, the boy grew into a hunter who cared for neither side. His war was personal, his path carved in vendetta against the Jedi who had taken his father from him. Thus the death of Jango Fett became more than the fall of a bounty hunter. It was the birth of a legacy that would outlive the Clone Wars, a legacy of armor and pursuit, of reputation whispered in cantinas and feared in underworld shadows. The clones bore Jango's face but not his spirit. That spirit endured in Boba, a single child forged into weapon by grief. The war marched on, deaf to the boy's pain, blind to the weight of one life lost amid thousands. Yet history remembers such moments not in numbers but in turning points. For Anakin Skywalker, secrecy grew heavier, his marriage hidden beneath battles. For Obi-Wan, duty pressed harder, every mission a reminder of war's endless cost. For the Jedi, each campaign chipped at their purpose, dragging them deeper into conflict. And for Boba Fett, the path of childhood closed, leaving only vengeance. Geonosis had birthed the war. It had given the Republic its army, it had revealed the Sith in truth, it had cost the Order its first great losses. And in its sands it had sown another seed, small but sharp, that would one day pierce the hearts of Jedi again. The boy with the helmet of his father carried that seed into the shadows, and though the galaxy scarcely noticed him then, the Force remembers every legacy, whether of prophecy or of vengeance. And so, as fleets clashed and armies marched, the son of Jango carried armor too large for his frame, dreaming only of the day it would fit, and of the moment he would make the galaxy remember his father's name in fear. War consumed the stars, yet for Anakin Skywalker, battles on distant worlds were not the only war he fought. Beneath the armor of duty, beneath the mask of Jedi discipline, a deeper conflict grew within him, one far more dangerous than droid armies or Sith apprentices. It was the war between love and fear, between trust in the Jedi Code and the ache of his heart. That ache had always been with him, from the day he left Tatooine behind. Though he had freed Padme Amidala as his wife, one bond remained unbroken, one absence unhealed, his mother. The galaxy looked upon Anakin as a hero of the Clone Wars. They saw his daring, his victories, his uncanny instincts that turned certain defeat into triumph. To his comrades, he was bold to the point of recklessness, yet unyieldingly loyal. To Padme, he was a husband, a soul aflame with passion and devotion. To Obi-Wan, He was brother and student both, brilliant but difficult. Yet beneath all of this, Anakin was still the boy who had kissed his mother goodbye on the sands of Tatooine, promising he would return. The years had passed, but the promise remained, a wound that never healed. Dreams began to haunt him. At first they came like whispers, images of Shmi Skywalker in pain, her cries carried through the currents of the Force. Then they grew sharper, visions of her suffering, of her dying, of his helplessness. The Jedi taught that visions were uncertain, that the future was always in motion, but to Anakin they were not abstractions. They were truth. He could feel them with the same certainty he felt the saber in his hand, and each dream burned him with guilt. At last, unable to endure the silence of inaction, he returned. Tatooine greeted him not with joy but with loss already in motion. His mother had been taken, captured by Tusken raiders, her fate unknown. The boy who had once left with dreams of freedom now returned as a warrior, but the chains in his heart had never been broken. He searched the desert, driven not by Jedi calm but by desperation. Each step carried him closer not to rescue but to destiny. He found her in a Tusken camp, bound, broken, fading. For a fleeting moment, there was reunion, a mother's smile at seeing her son one last time, a whisper of love upon her lips. And then she died in his arms. To any Jedi, it would have been a moment of grief, to be mourned in quiet meditation. But to Anakin Skywalker, it was fire. The canon preserves this moment with chilling clarity, grief turned to rage, rage to slaughter. Anakin struck down the Tuskens not as warriors but as an entire people. Men, women, even children, none escaped his wrath. His saber flashed crimson in spirit if not in blade, his breath heavy, his mind consumed by darkness. In his heart, the boy who had once promised never to lose again made a vow, never again would he be powerless, never again would he allow fate to take from him those he loved. It was not justice he carried in his strikes, but vengeance. The prophecy of balance bent closer to shadow in that single night. He returned from the desert not as he had left it. Padme, who had accompanied him, saw the fire in his eyes, heard the tremor in his voice as he confessed what he had done. She did not recoil, did not abandon him, but her silence carried the weight of unspoken fear. For she loved him, yet she had glimpsed the storm beneath his surface, the fury that one day might break him. Obi-Wan did not know, the Council did not know, but the Force knew. And the Force whispered that the fall had begun. The war raged on, but within Anakin, the greater war deepened. Every victory for the Republic was shadowed by the memory of the Tusken massacre. Every word of the code seemed hollow beside the raw pain of loss. He clung more fiercely to Padme, to love as lifeline, but in clinging he only deepened his fear of losing her too. What had begun with the death of his mother would one day find its echo in visions of Padme's fate, and in his desperate vow to stop death itself, he would open the path to darkness fully. Thus the Clone Wars were not only a galactic conflict but the crucible of one man's soul. The galaxy saw in Anakin Skywalker a brilliant commander, a hero of the Republic. The truth was darker. In the desert sands of Tatooine, beside the body of his mother, the boy who might have been savior first became destroyer. The balance of the Force had shifted, and the prophecy of the Chosen One turned toward its most dangerous course. The war thundered on, consuming systems, stretching fleets across parsecs, and binding the Jedi ever tighter to their roles as generals. Victory and loss followed one another in endless succession, each battle fought at the cost of lives, each triumph offset by the shadows that deepened behind the Republic's bright banners. The galaxy believed it fought only for freedom against secession, only for survival against droid legions, but beneath the noise of blasters and the clash of sabers, a quieter war had been won already. Darth Sidious did not need to prevail on the battlefield. He had already prevailed in the Senate, in the shadows, in the very structure of the Republic itself. Anakin Skywalker rose swiftly through the ranks of that war. His name became legend among clone legions, whispered as the general who would lead from the front, who would never ask of his men what he himself would not endure. To the Republic, he was a hero. To the Jedi, he was both their greatest strength and their greatest concern, for his brilliance in battle was matched only by his defiance of restraint. And in the Chancellor's office, Palpatine nurtured that brilliance with careful hands, feeding Anakin not only recognition but trust, drawing him closer with the words the Council would never say, that he was unique, that he was destined for greatness, that the galaxy would need him in ways others could not fulfill. The bond between Anakin and Palpatine deepened as the war dragged on. While the Council fretted over shadows, Palpatine became confidant and mentor, cloaking Sith ambition beneath the guise of paternal care. Anakin, restless and burdened by visions he did not share, found in Palpatine the reassurance he craved, the understanding he believed the Order denied him. Each word of flattery tightened the chain, though Anakin did not see it as chain but as affirmation. And still, the war drew blood. Jedi fell on battlefronts distant and countless, their names recorded in the archives but mourned only briefly before the next campaign demanded attention. Entire legions of clones perished in waves, their bodies left upon battlefields to be replaced by others grown in Kamino's storms. To the Senate, numbers mattered, to the Jedi, the cost weighed heavier than words could carry. The Order was being bled, and still they fought, unaware that the blade which would end them had already been forged, hidden in the very soldiers who marched at their side. For on Kamino, in the creation of the clone army, the Sith had planted their final stroke. Each soldier bore within him not only loyalty to the Republic but obedience deeper than any oath. In their minds, buried beneath training and camaraderie, lay a single command, Order 66. To the Kaminoans, it was protocol, assurance against treachery. To the Jedi, it was unknown, invisible. To Sid IOUs, it was perfection, the instrument of betrayal shaped into the very defenders the Jedi had come to trust. When the time was ripe, when the Council began at last to see Palpatine's hand too clearly, when Anakin's heart was torn between love and duty, between trust in the Jedi and loyalty to his Chancellor, Sid IOU spoke the words. Across the galaxy, in every war zone where Jedi fought with the clones they called brothers, the order was given. Not with hesitation, not with doubt. One phrase, one command, execute Order 66. The betrayal was sudden, complete. Jedi who had fought beside clones for years, who had saved them in battle and been saved by them, fell without warning. Blaster fire cut them down in forests, on starships, in outposts across the rim. Masters and Padawans alike raised sabers against enemies they had never imagined, eyes wide not with fear but with shock. They did not die in fair duels or honorable clashes. They died in betrayal, struck down by those they had trusted most. In the canon records of Revenge of the Sith, the images endure, Jedi falling in battle, children slaughtered in the halls of the temple, the Order burned in a single night. Yoda, sensing the betrayal, survived by blade and instinct. Obi-Wan, cast into ambush, escaped by chance and loyalty of friends beyond the clones. But most did not. In hours, an order that had stood for 1,000 generations was brought to its knees, its light extinguished in fire and silence. And in the temple on Coruscant, the slaughter was not only clone against Jedi. It was Anakin Skywalker himself, newly christened by Sid IOUs, who strode into the halls of his youth not as protector but as executioner. The boy who had once clung to his mother's embrace, the man who had once sworn love to Padme, now walked beneath the new name of Darth Vader. His blade cut down not only masters but children, for Sid IOUs had whispered to him of a promise darker than any vow of love, that only through the dark side could he gain power enough to prevent death. Anakin believed, and in believing, he betrayed. Order 66 was more than a military command. It was the end of an age. It was the moment the Republic ceased to be Republic and became Empire, the moment Jedi ceased to be Guardians and became fugitives, the moment prophecy bent fully toward shadow. The clones marched not as heroes but as instruments, their faces all Jango's yet their actions now Sidious's. The Jedi Temple burned, and in its flames the galaxy entered a night from which it would not emerge for decades. The Force itself shuddered. Balance had not been destroyed, but it had been twisted, bent into forms darker than any age had known. The whispers of the Chosen One no longer spoke of salvation but of ruin. The prophecy had not ended, it had only taken its cruelest turn. The temple still smoldered when the galaxy's gaze turned toward Mustafar. Order 66 had gutted the Jedi, its betrayal echoing across the stars, but the fall of Anakin Skywalker was not yet complete. His saber was already red in spirit if not in crystal, his hands already stained with the blood of those he had sworn to protect, yet the final transformation waited on the banks of fire. For even prophecy requires crucible, and the crucible of Anakin was Mustafar. Sid Ious had played his hand with precision. The separatist leaders, who had followed Count Dooku into rebellion, now found themselves betrayed. Promised autonomy, they instead became pawns sacrificed in the Chancellor's rise. To Mustafar they were gathered, told it was for safety, told they would be shielded from the Republic's wrath. But Sid Ious sent his new apprentice instead, and where they expected protection, they found execution. Anakin Skywalker arrived not as Jedi Knight but as Darth Vader newly born, though his armor had not yet encased him. His presence in those halls was not of the boy who had once laughed beneath Tatooine's suns, nor the man who had sworn secret vows on Naboo. He was a figure of silence and wrath, his blade igniting with no hesitation, his strikes without mercy. One by one the separatists fell, voices of the Confederacy silenced in a chorus of screams, their dream of independence drowned in blood and fire. The Confederacy died not in battle but in massacre, and in its death the Republic ceased to be Republic. The Empire was born. Yet destiny is never so simple as conquest. For even as Anakin carried out his master's will, another thread pulled at him, love, twisted now into fear, devotion reshaped into obsession. His visions of Padme's death haunted him, growing sharper with every step into darkness. Sid Ious had whispered that only the dark side could grant him power to save her, and Anakin clung to that promise as if it were life itself. In truth, it was chain and collar, binding him to a master who had already stolen his soul. Padme, desperate to understand, followed him. She saw not the Republic's hero but her husband consumed by fire, his words burning with ambition and despair. She begged for the man she loved, but the man she loved had already drowned beneath the weight of his choices. When Obi-Wan emerged from the shadows, carried in secret aboard her ship, it was not reunion but rupture. To Anakin, it was betrayal, proof that Padme had turned against him, proof that the only love he trusted was slipping away. And so, as Padme collapsed in grief and fear, Obi-Wan faced his brother in all but blood. The duel that followed was not merely between Jedi and fallen knight, but between two lives entwined from the moment Keegan died. They had trained together, fought together, survived countless battles together. Now they clashed in fury, blades flashing against the backdrop of rivers of molten stone, their shouts lost to the roar of the world itself. The fight spanned gantries and catwalks, towers collapsing beneath their feet, heat rising like the breath of hell. Obi-Wan fought with discipline sharpened by sorrow, Anakin with fury sharpened by betrayal. They were mirror and opposite, each move anticipated, each strike answered. To observers, it would have seemed endless, two masters locked in balance. To the Force, it was tragedy given form, the last hope of brotherhood consumed in fire. The end came not by strength but by pride. Anakin, blinded by conviction in his own power, leapt to strike from ground already lost. Obi-Wan, steady even through heartbreak, struck, severing limbs, casting his brother down to the burning banks. Fire consumed him, his screams tearing through the roar of lava, his body broken, his spirit shattered yet clinging still to rage. Obi-Wan turned away, unable to finish what was already finished, leaving Anakin to the flames. But Sid Ious did not leave him there. The master arrived, gathering what remained of the apprentice, body ruined, flesh charred, soul blackened beyond recognition. In secret chambers on Coruscant, machines gave him new life, encasing him in armor, sealing his breath behind a mask. When he rose not as Anakin Skywalker but as Darth Vader in full, a figure of iron and shadow, the galaxy's nightmare-given form. And so the duel on Mustafar ended not with death but with transformation. Anakin Skywalker was gone, consumed by fire and hate. Vader remained, chained to Sid Ious, enslaved by fear, his love for Padme twisted into the very cause of her loss. The prophecy bent further still, balance deferred, shadow triumphant. The galaxy did not see the duel, did not hear the cries, did not feel the fire. They saw only the aftermath, the Jedi purged, the Chancellor exalted, the Republic reborn as Empire. Yet the Force remembers, and it remembers Mustafar as the place where love died, where brotherhood broke, where the Chosen One became the destroyer he had sworn never to be. The fires of Mustafar still glowed red in memory when the galaxy shifted again, for destruction is never the end. From ruin, the Force brings forth renewal, even when cloaked in grief. Anakin Skywalker had fallen into shadow, reborn as Vader, his body shattered and remade in iron. The Jedi had been hunted nearly to extinction. The Republic had yielded to Empire. And yet, in the midst of collapse, hope found its form in two fragile lives. The birth of twins who would one day carry the legacy of the one who had fallen. Padme Amidala was carried from Mustafar broken in spirit, her heart crushed beneath the weight of betrayal. She had loved Anakin with devotion stronger than politics or duty, and in loving him she had believed there was goodness in him still. On the landing platform, she had seen his eyes burn with fury, had felt his hand close around her throat not in love but in rage. That wound was deeper than any physical injury, and though she survived the flight to Polis Massa, her strength was already fading. In secret halls carved into the rocks of that hidden world, droids and healers worked in silence, the hum of machinery the only sound against the void outside. Yoda and Obi-Wan stood vigil, guardians now not of armies but of a single dying woman, for they understood that in her womb lay the galaxy's last light. Padme's body was too frail to endure, her will broken, her life slipping away, but the Force had one final gift to draw from her. She gave birth not to one child but two, Luke and Leia. Luke, first to cry, bore the weight of destiny with a quiet stillness, his presence in the Force already strong. Leia followed, fierce from the first breath, her spirit burning bright even in infancy. The twins did not know the fate of their parents, did not know the storm that awaited them, but in their birth the galaxy was given balance yet unfulfilled. They were the children of Skywalker, heirs of both love and shadow, destined to carry the struggle between light and darkness into generations yet to come. Padme held them only briefly. Her eyes, dim with exhaustion, shone with sorrow and hope. She whispered faith still in the goodness of the man who had betrayed her, a hope the Jedi could not share. She believed he could return, though he had already fallen beyond her reach. With her final breath, she left the galaxy not despair but life, her children her legacy, her voice her epitaph. There was still good in him. Then Padme Amidala, queen and senator, warrior and mother, faded into the Force. Obi-Wan looked upon the twins and felt both sorrow and burden. He knew they must be hidden, scattered, kept apart lest the shadow find them. Yoda counseled secrecy, for Vader and Sid Ious would not rest until every remnant of hope was destroyed. The galaxy could not know of their birth, could not shelter them openly, for only in concealment could they survive. And so the twins were divided, their destinies shaped in silence. Leia was taken into the house of Alderaan, daughter of Bail Organa and his queen, raised among nobility yet carrying within her the fire of her true mother. Luke was carried into exile on Tatooine, entrusted to Owen and Beru Lars, kin of Anakin, though simple moisture farmers who could shield him in obscurity. Thus the heirs of Skywalker were scattered, their lives hidden like seeds buried deep, waiting for the day they would rise. The galaxy, unaware, saw only Padme's funeral on Naboo, her body carried in solemn procession, flowers laid upon her bier, her people weeping for their queen. None saw the children she had borne, none knew that her legacy endured. To the galaxy, she was gone. To the Force, she had given more than any could measure. And Anakin, now Vader, encased in black armor and bound by the iron grip of Sid Ious, was told of her death. The Emperor whispered to him that his anger had killed her, that his fear had brought about the very fate he had sought to prevent. The promise of power that had lured him was revealed as lie, yet he clung to it, chained by grief and hate, burying what little of Anakin remained beneath the mask. In losing Padme, he lost the last tether to the man he had been. In that loss, Vader was complete. So it was that in one moment, the galaxy gained both despair and hope. A mother's death gave birth to children who would one day redeem what was lost. A Jedi's failure gave rise to the next generation's triumph. An empire's birth was answered with the hidden birth of its undoing. The galaxy did not yet know, but the balance had not ended. It had only shifted, waiting for the day when Luke and Leia would step into the roles carved for them before they even drew their first breath. The Clone Wars were ended. The Republic was gone. The Empire had risen. Yet in the cries of two newborns, history whispered of light still to come. The twins were hidden, their mother buried, their father lost to shadow. With Padme's funeral, the galaxy mourned the end of one era, even as it celebrated the rise of another. Chancellor Palpatine, now Emperor, declared that the Jedi had betrayed the Republic and that their purge was justice. The Senate Uatli, with thunderous applause. Yet two of the greatest Jedi lived still, though stripped of order, stripped of army, stripped of everything but exile. Yoda and Obi-Wan became not masters of the Republic but ghosts, custodians of a hope no one else could know. For what remained to them but exile? The temple lay in ruins, its halls desecrated, its archives sealed, its children slaughtered. The council was gone, its circle shattered. The galaxy no longer saw the Jedi as guardians but as traitors, and those who had survived Order 66 were hunted relentlessly by Vader's new Inquisitors and the legions of stormtroopers that replaced clones. To reveal themselves was to die. To fight openly was to be extinguished. The Jedi had endured 1,000 years, but in the span of a few days, they had been erased from the galaxy's heart. Only secrecy could preserve what little remained. Yoda, who had carried the weight of centuries, chose Dagobah. Not by chance, never by chance, but guided by the Force itself. On that swamp world the darkness of an ancient vergence cloaked him, masking his luminous presence from Sidious and Vader. There, in solitude, he surrendered his role as Grand Master and became hermit, watching the galaxies fall from afar. The swamp swallowed him in shadow and mist, yet in that silence he waited. For though the order was broken, the prophecy was not ended, and Yoda's exile was not despair but patience. Obi-Wan, burdened with grief sharper than any blade, took upon himself a more personal exile. He carried the infant Luke to Tatooine, delivering him into the care of Owen and Beru Lars, Anakin's kin. The moisture farm was humble, harsh, and far from the reach of Empire, yet to Obi-Wan it was sanctuary. He did not remain with Luke as guardian in open truth, but lingered instead on the edges, the watchful hermit in the desert, his name changed, his saber hidden. He became Ben, no longer Jedi Knight, no longer general, but a shadow on the Dune Sea, protecting the child from afar. In this, Obi-Wan bore a burden heavier than war. He had seen his brother fall to fire, had heard Padme's last breaths, had carried the twins into secrecy. Now his purpose was not battle but waiting, a patience alien to his nature. Each day he watched Luke grow from distance, unable to reveal the truth, unable to claim the boy as student or son. His exile was not only from the galaxy but from the life he had once known, and yet he endured. For hope had been entrusted to him, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, though broken, was still faithful. The galaxy believed the Jedi gone, erased by betrayal and justice. Palpatine's empire spread without resistance, fleets patrolling, governors installed, the Senate reduced to tool. Vader, in black armor, hunted survivors without mercy, ensuring no ember remained. But in the shadows of Dagobah and Tatooine, embers still glowed. Not enough to challenge the Empire yet, but enough to ensure the fire would return. Exile is not end. Exile is preparation. Yoda whispered to the swamp, communing with the Force, seeking visions of the future. Obi-Wan whispered to the desert, guarding his secret charge, watching as sun set and rose over dunes unchanging. Both bore grief, both bore solitude, both bore failure. And yet, both bore hope. The galaxy did not see them. The galaxy believed the age of Jedi had closed forever. But the Force saw. The Force remembered. And in that remembrance, balance still lingered, waiting for the day when the hidden children of Skywalker would awaken to their destiny. The Republic was no more. Its banners, once symbols of unity, were lowered, its ideals buried beneath fear and deception. From the ruins rose the Empire, not with sudden conquest but with gradual acceptance, a transformation so seamless that many did not even recognize it as fall. Where once senators debated, now they applauded. Where once fleets defended freedom, now they enforced obedience. Where once the Jedi guarded peace, now stormtroopers patrolled in their place. The galaxy did not awaken to tyranny, it welcomed it, cloaked in the promise of security. Palpatine, cloaked in the guise of benevolence, declared that the age of chaos had ended, that the clone wars were finished, that the Republic had been saved by the strength of its people. In his words, the Senate heard reassurance, the weary citizens of the core heard peace, and even the scarred worlds of the Rim felt the promise of stability. Few paused to question how such salvation had come, fewer still asked why so much power must now rest in one man's hands. Fear had softened them, war had exhausted them, and in that exhaustion they surrendered. And so, with thunderous applause, democracy yielded to dictatorship. The Republic, that had stood for 1,000 years, dissolved itself willingly, and the Galactic Empire was proclaimed. The Senate still existed, but it was Senate in name only, its members reduced to theater, their voices drowned by the Emperor's will. The laws of freedom became the laws of control. Governors were installed across sectors, Moffs wielding authority once belonging to the people, Star Destroyers enforcing order with iron discipline. The galaxy's heart had been stolen in plain sight. The Jedi, scapegoated as traitors, became the final justification. Palpatine's words painted them as conspirators who had sought to overthrow the Senate, who had betrayed the very Republic they claimed to serve. Order 66 was declared not massacre but justice, a necessary cleansing to preserve peace. The people, who had seen Jedi lead armies, who had heard whispers of their strange powers, accepted the lie. Heroes became villains overnight, and only the exiled few knew the truth. At Palpatine's side stood his enforcer, newly risen from the fires of Mustafar, Darth Vader. To the galaxy, he was not Anakin Skywalker but a figure of black iron, faceless, voiceless but for the mechanical breath that echoed with finality. He was both symbol and weapon, a reminder that rebellion would be crushed, that mercy had no place in the new order. Those who saw him did not see the boy from Tatooine, the lover from Naboo, the brother from Geonosis. They saw only shadow, the embodiment of fear. The galaxy's transformation was swift. Systems that had once argued for independence now found themselves bound more tightly than ever, their fleets dismantled, their freedoms erased. Commerce was regulated, speech curtailed, dissent punished. Yet for all this, life continued. Farmers farmed, merchants traded, children played. Tyranny does not always reveal itself in chains and whips, sometimes it hides in the illusion of normalcy, until the day normalcy itself becomes captivity. From the core to the rim, the Empire spread. New banners unfurled across worlds, stormtroopers marched in lines that mirrored the clones before them, though now they served not a republic but an emperor. Star Destroyers blotted out skies, Death Star projects began in whispers, and across it all Palpatine's shadow stretched, unseen yet all-encompassing. He had achieved what no Sith before him had accomplished, dominion not through open conquest but through consent. The dark side ruled, and the galaxy accepted it. Yet the Force remembers what the galaxy forgets. It remembers the twins hidden on Alderaan and Tatooine. It remembers the masters in exile, Yoda in his swamp, Obi-Wan in his desert, guardians of a hope no one else could see. It remembers that empires rise and fall, and that even in the deepest shadow, balance waits to be restored. Thus the Republic fell, the Empire rose, and the galaxy entered a new night. But night is never eternal. Stars still burned, hidden children still breathed, and though few believed it, the story was not ended. It had only turned its page. The Empire had risen, its banners stretched across stars, its fleets expanding in number and reach. Yet Palpatine was not content with armies and star destroyers alone. Control through fear is fragile if it rests only on soldiers and laws. True dominion, lasting dominion, required a weapon so vast that its shadow would fall across the entire galaxy. From the moment he became emperor, he dreamed of such a weapon, a station, a fortress, a star that could end worlds. And so, even as the Senate still lingered as an echo of the Republic, the Death Star began to take shape. Its design had been whispered long before the Empire's rise. In the last years of the Republic, the Separatists themselves had schemed toward such a superweapon, Geonosian engineers sketching plans in hidden foundries. But Sid Ious, master of both Republic and Confederacy, ensured those plans served only him. When Dooku brought them forth from the Geonosian hive, it was not for the Separatists' use but for the Sith's destiny. And when Dooku fell and the war ended, those plans passed seamlessly into the hands of the Empire. Thus the dream of the Separatists became the nightmare of the galaxy. On Geonosis itself, the first construction began. There, in the red dust of canyons once soaked in Jedi blood, the Empire forced Laboris to shape the beginnings of a battle station larger than any ever conceived. Its frame grew slowly, a lattice of durasteel like the skeleton of a world. At first it was little more than rumor, whispered by spies and fugitives. To the common citizen, it was myth, impossible in scale, dismissed as invention. But to those who glimpsed the truth, it was terror made real. The Death Star was not merely weapon. It was symbol. The Stormtrooper legions enforced law. The Star Destroyers enforced presence. But the Death Star would enforce fear absolute. With it, no rebellion could rise, for no world would dare defiance when the cost was annihilation. Palpatine understood this, and he nurtured its creation with patience, willing to wait decades if need be, for the weapon would ensure his empire endured unchallenged. Darth Vader, newly encased in armor, lent his presence to the project, though his true focus remained on hunting the Jedi who had escaped. He saw in the station not only weapon but assurance, for in its power he believed the galaxy would finally bow without resistance. Yet even he could not sense the irony, that the station would one day bind his fate as much as it bound the galaxies. The Jedi in exile did not yet know of it. Obi-Wan, alone on Tatooine, watched the boy he had sworn to protect, unaware that one day that boy would face the weapon's fire. Yoda, cloaked in Dagobah's mists, felt tremors of growing darkness but not the shape it took. The galaxy itself slumbered beneath the illusion of peace, not realizing that above its quiet worlds, in the secrecy of construction, a star of death was being forged. Years passed, and the skeleton grew. Piece by piece, the Death Star took form, its surface plating added, its super laser aligned. The Empire poured resources into it without measure, siphoning wealth and labor from systems too afraid to resist. Entire lives vanished into its construction, consumed in silence, their stories forgotten in the shadow of steel. And all the while, Palpatine smiled, for he knew the galaxy would not truly be his until it trembled beneath the threat of total annihilation. Thus the Empire entered its next age. Not content with fleets, not satisfied with control, it reached for godhood itself, the power to unmake worlds. The Republic had fallen, the Jedi were scattered, the Senate was shackled, and now a weapon was rising that would define the age. The Death Star's frame gleamed above Geonosis like a new moon, but its light was not hope. It was dread. The galaxy did not yet see it. The galaxy did not yet fear it. But the Force saw, and the Force knew, this star would burn bright not in life, but in death. And when it was complete, the Empire's night would deepen. The Death Star rose from framework to fortress, its skeleton plated in steel, its super laser aligned, its vast corridors filled with legions of stormtroopers and officers sworn to the Empire. What began as rumor became reality, and what was once dismissed as impossible became the instrument of terror by which Palpatine would hold the galaxy in chains. Yet no weapon can wield its purpose until it is tested, and the test chosen was not against fleets or armies but against a single world whose destruction would echo across history, Alderaan. Alderaan was no fortress. It bore no fleets, built no armies, plotted no rebellions in secret halls. It was a world of beauty, of learning, of diplomacy. Its mountains rose snow-capped, its seas shone with crystalline light, its cities were temples to culture and wisdom. To many in the Republic's last days, Alderaan had stood as symbol of what the Republic ought to be: noble, compassionate, peaceful. Bail Organa, senator and later father to Leia, had been its voice, urging reason even as war consumed the galaxy. Yet to the Empire, such ideals were threat enough. For a world that still dared to embody freedom, even in silence, was proof that tyranny was not universal. And so Alderaan was chosen, not for rebellion but for example. The Death Star, commanded by Grand Moff Tarkin, emerged from hyperspace with precision. Leia Organa, prisoner aboard the station, stood witness to its terrible design. She had been captured not merely for information but to serve as audience, to see the destruction of her world and carry its horror into memory. She refused Tarkin's demands, stood unyielding even in chains, and so the order was given. The super laser charged, converging beams into a single green lance of annihilation, and in one breath Alderaan was gone. Not conquered, not occupied, gone. A planet that had endured for millennia, its people, its culture, its mountains, its seas, its histories, all erased in light. Where once a jewel of the core world shone, now only debris drifted in silence. The galaxy had witnessed many wars, had seen worlds scarred and cities burned, but never before had it seen annihilation complete. Alderaan's death was not war. It was murder, and it was the Empire's declaration that no world, no matter how peaceful, was beyond its reach. The echoes of its destruction rippled outward. Refugees wept across the stars, voices cried in Senate chambers powerless to act, and in secret corners of the galaxy, the seeds of rebellion hardened into resolve. The Emperor had believed that such a display would end resistance, that fear would silence dissent. Yet fear can bind, but it can also ignite. In destroying Alderaan, the Empire created not silence but fury. And through the Force, the wound was felt. Obi-Wan, on the desert of Tatooine, staggered as if struck, his heart pierced by the cries of millions suddenly silenced. Yoda, deep within Dagobah's swamps, felt the balance tremble, the dark side swelling with triumph, the light flickering but not extinguished. The galaxy shuddered, and the prophecy bent closer still toward its fulfillment. For while Alderaan fell, one of its children lived, hidden no longer in nobility's halls but already stepping into destiny. Leia Organa, though prisoner, endured. Her spirit did not break. The fire of her people burned in her still, and through her, Alderaan lived on, not in stone or soil but in defiance. Thus the Death Star fulfilled its purpose, not only in destruction but in revelation. The galaxy now knew the Empire's true face, a face not of order but of annihilation. Worlds trembled, rebellion stirred, and across the void a boy who had grown to manhood on Tatooine began his own journey, drawn by the Force toward the weapon that had destroyed an entire world. Alderaan was gone, but its destruction marked the beginning of the end for the very Empire that unleashed it. The Death Star had been built to enforce silence. In truth, it gave voice to rebellion. The Emperor smiled in triumph, Tarkin reveled in fear, Vader stood as enforcer, but the Force whispered another truth, that from the ashes of Alderaan, hope would rise stronger than before. The cries of Alderaan still echoed in the Force when destiny reached out to the desert. The Death Star had shown the galaxy the face of annihilation, and in that moment the time for hiding was over. The children of Skywalker, scattered at birth, began to move toward the roles the Force had written for them. Leia endured as prisoner, unbroken despite her world's destruction. And on Tatooine, Luke Skywalker, who had known nothing of the truth of his lineage, felt the currents of fate draw him from obscurity into the storm. Luke had grown in silence, the son of moisture farmers, dreaming always of the stars. His life was simple in labor and small in scope, yet restless with the longing of one who felt himself meant for more. He had gazed at the twin suns setting over the dunes and felt the ache of destiny without knowing its name. And when R2-D2 carried a message, Leia's plea for help, into his life, the veil was lifted. The Force had waited patiently, and now, at last, its chosen heir began to awaken. Obi-Wan Kenobi, once master, now hermit, stepped into the open once more. He had watched Luke from distance, calling himself Ben, holding his saber in silence, guarding the boy without revealing the truth. But with the droid's arrival and the stormtroopers close behind, the time of exile ended. He revealed himself not as farmer or wanderer but as Jedi, the last of an age extinguished. In his words, Luke heard not only the story of his father, twisted into half-truths to shield him, but also the call to something greater than sand and servitude. In the Chronicles of Canon, as told in A New Hope, this moment was remembered not only as the beginning of Luke's journey but as the passing of an era. For Obi-Wan offered him the weapon of his father, a lightsaber, humming with a light Luke had never known. To him, it was not only blade but legacy, the first tangible proof that his dreams of the stars had been real, that he was part of something far larger. He did not yet know the truth of Anakin's fall, nor the shadow that waited in black armor. He knew only that he had been called, and in answering that call, he stepped into the story of the galaxy. Training began not in temples of marble but aboard a freighter, the Millennium Falcon, smuggler's ship turned crucible of destiny. Obi-Wan placed the remote before Luke, bade him trust in the Force, not in eyes or reflex alone. At first the boy struggled, his strikes wild, his mind restless. But slowly, as he lowered his visor, as he yielded to the current, the first threads of connection awoke. He felt it, the whisper that had always been there but never named, the Force flowing through him, binding him to all living things. His blade deflected the remote's fire, and in that moment he was no longer farmer but apprentice. Yet training was brief, for destiny moves swiftly. Obi-Wan knew he had little time to prepare the boy, little time to awaken what lay dormant. Already the Death Star had destroyed a world, already Leia awaited rescue, already the Empire's shadow spread. And so Luke's first lessons were not of patience but of urgency, not of meditation but of survival. He would learn more in battle than in halls of wisdom, for the age of temples was gone, and the galaxy offered only war. To Luke, it was overwhelming, his aunt and uncle slain by the Empire, his home reduced to ash, his family taken from him in a night. Yet in his grief he chose not despair but path. He followed Obi-Wan, followed the call of the Force, not fully understanding but unwilling to turn back. In this choice, the legacy of his father bent toward light once more, though shadow still clung unseen. Thus Luke Skywalker began his journey, not as master or warrior, but as student, fumbling yet willing, uncertain yet chosen. He would. NCIL had once laid. His was a new path, carved in exile, born in secrecy, guided not by tradition but by necessity. And in him the prophecy stirred again, for though Anakin had fallen, balance had not been forgotten. The galaxy had seen Alderaan destroyed, had seen the Jedi burned, had seen the Empire rise. Yet now, in a boy from Tatooine, the Force revealed its answer. Hope had a name again, and though he did not yet bear its weight, Luke had begun to carry it. The hum of the training remote still echoed in Luke's memory when the shadow of the Death Star loomed before him. What had begun as whispers in the desert had led him into the very heart of the galaxy's struggle. Leia's plea for help had drawn him from obscurity, Obi-Wan's guidance had opened his eyes to the Force, and the destruction of Alderaan had revealed the Empire's cruelty in fire and silence. Now there was no turning back. The boy who had once dreamed beneath Tatooine's twin sun stood at the threshold of destiny, and the first great trial of his journey waited in the void above Yavin. The Death Star had become more than weapon, it was terror incarnate, a moon-sized fortress carrying the power to unmake worlds. The rebellion, still fragile and scattered, had gambled everything on the chance to find weakness in it. Leia, rescued at great cost from its halls, had carried with her not only the memory of Alderaan but the station's hidden flaw, concealed in stolen plans smuggled through fire and sacrifice. With that knowledge, the Alliance made its stand. If the Death Star survived, the rebellion would be erased. If it fell, hope would blaze. The rebellion gathered at Yavin 4, its temples carved from jungle stone, ancient and silent witnesses to a new war. Pilots prepared their starfighters, men and women who knew the odds were impossible but flew regardless. They had no fleets to match the Empire's, no superweapons to counter annihilation, only courage and desperation. And among them stood Luke Skywalker, not yet fully trained, not yet fully aware of who he was, but ready to take the sky. Obi-Wan had fallen by then, cut down by Vader's blade in the corridors of the Death Star, his body vanishing into the Force. To Luke it had been agony, the loss of mentor and guide before the journey had scarcely begun. Yet in the silence that followed, he felt something strange. Obi-Wan was not gone, not truly. A whisper lingered, not in flesh but in spirit, guiding him still. In that whisper lay the truth of the Jedi's endurance, that death was not end but transformation. And so Luke climbed into the cockpit of his X-Wing, his hands trembling yet steady, his heart racing yet resolute. The battle erupted in the void, starfighters weaving through turbo-laser fire, green bolts streaking across blackness. TIE fighters swarmed like insects, their shrieks filling the comms, their numbers overwhelming. Rebel pilots fell one after another, names vanishing into static. Yet still they pressed on, for to turn back was to yield the galaxy to silence. The trench run became legend. One by one, pilots dove into the narrow passage, racing toward the exhaust port that marked the station's hidden weakness. One by one, they were cut down by turrets, by TIEs, by Vader himself, whose fighter moved with lethal precision. The rebellion seemed poised to fail, hope about to burn out before it had truly ignited. And then it was Luke's turn. He felt the weight of every loss, the memory of Obi-Wan, the fire of Alderaan, the gaze of destiny upon him. His hands gripped the controls, his eyes scanned the scope, but when the targeting computer locked, the whisper came again. Use the Force. It was not command but invitation, the voice of Obi-Wan reaching across the divide of life and death. Luke hesitated, then obeyed. He deactivated the computer, trusting not in machines but in the current flowing through him, in the connection to all life. Vader closed in, his sights locked, his triumph assured. Yet destiny is never written by shadow alone. Han Solo, who had once sworn he would not risk his life for causes beyond coin, returned in fire and laughter, the Falcon's guns blazing. His shot sent Vader's fighter spiraling, the way cleared. In that moment of narrow escape, Luke released his torpedoes, guided not by calculation but by the Force itself. They struck true. The trench erupted in fire, and the Death Star, weapon of fear, was consumed in its own flame. The void lit as if a new star had been born. The Empire's triumph shattered in an instant, its invincible weapon reduced to debris scattered across the stars. The rebellion, fragile and hunted, had struck the first true blow, and in that blow the galaxy remembered hope. Luke Skywalker, once farmer, now hero, stood at the center of that triumph, though he scarcely understood its weight. He had not only destroyed a station, he had declared to the galaxy that the Empire could bleed, that darkness could falter, that even the smallest spark could ignite fire against tyranny. In the temples of Yavin, celebration rang, medals gleamed, voices lifted. Yet beneath joy lingered the knowledge that the war was not ended. The Emperor lived, Vader lived, fleets remained vast, and vengeance would come. But for the first time since the fall of the Republic, the galaxy believed resistance was not futile. The Force stirred more strongly than it had in years, for its chosen had taken his first great step. Thus the Battle of Yavin became turning point, not only in war but in prophecy. The weapon of fear had been destroyed, but the shadow that created it endured. Luke Skywalker had answered the call, but the journey ahead would demand far more than courage. The saga had shifted, the balance had stirred, and the night of Empire had been pierced by a single beam of light. The wreckage of the Death Star still drifted across the void when the Empire struck back with fury. What the galaxy had seen as impossible had been done. A small band of rebels had destroyed the Emperor's great weapon, had turned his terror into ash. The celebration at Yavin 4 had rung like a song of dawn, but dawn is fleeting when night is vast. Palpatine's wrath was cold, patient, and merciless. His fleet swept across sectors, hunting every hidden cell, scattering the rebellion so that its victory would never be repeated. Darth Vader led the pursuit with singular obsession, his TIE squadrons tearing through space lanes, his destroyers chasing shadows. Yet his pursuit was not only for the rebellion. It was for something more personal, something the Emperor had whispered to him in secrecy, the name Skywalker. For in the ashes of Yavin, Sidious had revealed what Vader had not known, that the boy who had destroyed the Death Star bore a name tied to his own. Luke Skywalker. The son of Anakin. The son of Vader. It was then that Vader's pursuit of the rebellion sharpened into hunt for a single soul, for in Luke he saw not only enemy but heir. The Force whispered it, Sidious confirmed it, the boy was strong, perhaps strong enough to challenge the Master himself. To Vader, Luke was both danger and promise. And so the rebellion's struggle became backdrop to a deeper duel, one not of fleets but of family. The Alliance fled to Hoth, carving a base into the frozen wastes, their breath turning to steam in caverns of ice. There, amid the howling winds, hope survived, though thin and fragile. Luke trained as best he could, guided by the echo of Obi-Wan's voice, by instinct sharpened in fire. He did not yet know Yoda, did not yet understand the full path of the Jedi, but already the Force stirred in him more power than most could grasp. Yet with power came questions, and with questions came doubt. The boy who had once trusted blindly now struggled to reconcile who he was with who he might be. The Empire came for them, walkers striding across the snow like beasts of iron, star destroyers blotting out the sky. The base fell, the rebellion scattered once again. Han and Leia fled together, their bond deepening even in flight. Luke, guided by the whisper of Obi-Wan, turned not to safety but to destiny, journeying to Dagobah, where Yoda waited. There in the swamp, training began in truth, lessons of patience, of fear, of letting go. Yet even as he learned, visions plagued him, visions of friends in suffering, of pain that called him away from the path of wisdom. Thus the duel was prepared long before sabers crossed. Vader hunted not only the rebellion but Luke himself, luring him to Cloud City on Bespin, where betrayal and sorrow awaited. Han was frozen in carbonite, Leia imprisoned, and Luke arrived not as Jedi but as student unready. Yet still he faced Vader, saber in hand, heart alight with courage, though shadow lurked beneath it. The duel raged across steel corridors, sparks flying, sabers clashing. Vader pressed him with precision, testing, probing, never striking to kill but to weaken. Luke fought fiercely, but he was outmatched, his skill raw against decades of mastery. The duel ended as prophecy demands, with revelation. Cornered, beaten, his hand severed, Luke heard words that shattered his world. Vader did not deny his name, did not deny his bond. He spoke it plainly, he was Luke's father. Anakin Skywalker had not died as Obi-Wan had claimed. He lived, twisted, remade, yet alive. In that moment, Luke's world collapsed. The man he fought was not only enemy but blood. The saber in his hand was not only weapon but inheritance. The shadow he defied was the same shadow from which he had come. The boy who had destroyed the Death Star fell into silence and despair, clinging to antennae above Bespin's clouds, the truth heavier than any wound. He refused Vader's hand, refused the path offered, but in refusal he found no peace, only grief. His trust in Obi-Wan fractured, his hope in himself shaken, his faith in destiny confused. He was not only hero. He was son of the very darkness he fought. The galaxy did not see this duel, did not hear these words. Only Luke and Vader carried its weight. Yet the Force saw, and in that revelation the balance trembled. For prophecy is never straight, and truth is often the heaviest burden. Luke Skywalker had faced the Empire's terror and triumphed. Now he faced his own blood and faltered. The boy was still apprentice, still fragile. Yet in his grief lay the seed of choice, and in his choice lay the fate of all. Thus the revelation became turning point, darker than Yavin, heavier than Alderaan. The rebellion staggered on, Leia carried the fire, Han lay frozen in shadow, and Luke bore the truth of his lineage. The galaxy remained enslaved, the Emperor remained enthroned, but now the saga was no longer only war of freedom and tyranny. It was war of father and son, of blood and prophecy, of redemption and damnation entwined. The Death Star had fallen, but the true battle had only begun. Bespin hung in the clouds, silent witness to betrayal and suffering. The duel between Luke and Vader had ended with revelation, the boy's hand severed, his world fractured by the truth of his lineage. Yet even before that revelation, the trap had already sprung. Cloud City was not sanctuary, it was snare, and in its corridors the Empire struck not only at Luke but at those closest to him. Han Solo, smuggler turned reluctant hero, paid the price of that strike, his fate sealed in carbonite. The plan was Vader's, precise and merciless. To lure Luke, he needed bait. Han, Leia, Chewbacca, all had become more than companions in the rebellion. They were family of a kind Luke had never known, bonds forged in fire since Tatooine's desert and Yavin's victory. Vader understood what Luke valued and sought to twist it against him. Han, reckless and stubborn, became the test case. The chamber was cold, steam rising as carbonite filled the air, machinery hissing like serpents in the dark. Boba Fett, the hunter forged in grief on Geonosis, stood watch, his armor gleaming, his silence as sharp as any blade. For him, this was more than bounty, it was legacy fulfilled. Vader tested the chamber first on Han, ensuring it would hold the son he sought without killing him. To Fett, it mattered only that the smuggler survived long enough to be delivered to Jabba the Hutt. To Leia, it was agony. To Chewbacca, it was rage. To Han himself, it was the final acceptance of a fate he could not change. Canon remembers the moment in The Empire Strikes Back. Han lowered into the freezing chamber, the hiss of gas, the silence after, and then his body sealed in metal, face frozen in final expression, hands outstretched as if still reaching. The man of laughter, of wit, of defiance, silenced into a statue of survival and loss. In that instant, the rebellion lost not only a fighter but a symbol of freedom, a reminder that even the bravest could be captured, even the most defiant could be bound. Leia, who had resisted her feelings, who had hidden behind walls of duty and strength, could no longer remain silent. As the chamber sealed, she spoke the truth she had carried in her heart, that she loved him. Han's answer was simple, defiant even in surrender, "I know." His words, remembered not as arrogance but as faith, echoed even in silence, carried with him into the carbonite's embrace. Love confessed in the moment of loss became memory to endure, a flame Leia would carry long after. The betrayal was complete. Lando Calrissian, who had yielded Cloud City under Vader's threat, realized too late the price of compromise. His world was seized, his people enslaved, his friends destroyed. Yet even in betrayal, choice remained, and he turned against the Empire, aiding Leia and Chewbacca in their desperate flight. Han, however, could not be saved. Boba Fett claimed his prize, loading the carbonite slab into Slave Eye, vanishing into hyperspace with destiny in tow. Thus Bespin became not only the place of revelation but of loss. Luke lost his hand and the truth of his innocence. Leia lost the man she loved, sealed away in silence. The rebellion lost one of its boldest hearts. And yet, in loss, bonds deepened. Lando found redemption in friendship, Leia's courage only hardened, and Luke, wounded but alive, began to grasp the true cost of his journey. The galaxy did not see Bespin. It did not witness the freezing chamber, the duel, the betrayal. It saw only the continued might of the Empire, the endless sweep of fleets, the silence of rebellion. Yet the Force remembers, and it remembers Carbonite as more than prison. It remembers it as turning point, the moment when love was confessed, when loss bound comrades tighter, when fate bent toward return. Han Solo, frozen in silence, became more than smuggler or captain. He became symbol of what the rebellion fought for, not only freedom from tyranny, but freedom to live, to love, to choose. His silence carried weight, his absence carved wound, and the promise of his rescue became fuel for those who endured. Thus Bespin ended in darkness, in revelation, in Carbonite. The heroes fled scattered, the rebellion wounded, hope battered but not extinguished. For in loss, purpose often strengthens. And in the silence of Han's frozen face, the galaxy waited for dawn. Bespin's clouds faded behind, but their weight did not. Han was gone, entombed in Carbonite and carried into shadow by Boba Fett. Leia bore the ache of confession left unfinished, her strength hardened but her heart torn. Lando sought to redeem his betrayal, pledging himself to the cause he had once dismissed. And Luke, wounded in body and spirit, stared into the void of space with a truth he could scarcely hold: Darth Vader was his father. The hand he had lost could be replaced with metal, but the foundation of who he believed himself to be had been shattered. He returned to the only refuge left to him, not in fleets or armies but in the swamps of Dagobah, where the ancient master still waited. Yoda received him not as triumphant hero but as boy broken, his training incomplete, his heart conflicted, his spirit weighed by fear and grief. For what Obi-Wan had begun in whispers, Yoda would now deepen in silence. Dagobah's swamps were no temple, no council chamber. They were a crucible. Mist hung thick, roots tangled like questions without end, creatures stirred unseen in the muck. Here, Luke was stripped of all illusion. He was not pilot or hero or leader of rebels. He was student, raw and unrefined, still clinging to anger, still haunted by visions of his friends, still desperate for control. Training resumed, not with saber alone but with heart. Yoda pressed him to confront what lay within, to lift stones not only with strength but with faith, to feel the living force in every leaf, every creature, every breath of swamp air. Yet even as he tried, Luke's doubts clung to him. He remembered Bespin, remembered Vader's words, remembered the face of Leia in anguish, the silence of Han in Carbonite. He wanted power to save them, not patience to understand them. In that desire, the shadow stirred again. The cave awaited him, the place where the dark side pooled thick and heavy, where visions revealed truths unspoken. Yoda warned, but Luke entered, saber in hand, fear already guiding him. Inside, he faced not droids or stormtroopers, but Vader himself, or the vision of him. Their blades clashed, and with a strike Luke felled the Phantom. Yet when the mask split open, it was not Vader's face he saw, but his own. The revelation was silent but absolute, that the darkness he feared was not only his father's, it was his own. This truth Luke could not yet accept. He left the cave with more questions than answers, his heart heavier still. Yoda spoke of patience, of the long path, but Luke felt time slipping. His friends suffered, Han frozen, Leia hunted, the rebellion battered. He could not stay, not when visions of their pain burned within him. Yoda pleaded, Obi-Wan's voice whispered from beyond, but Luke's heart chose haste. He departed Dagobah once more, half drained, torn between the wisdom of masters and the pull of attachment. Yet even in leaving, he carried lessons unseen. The swamp had revealed to him the danger not of Vader alone but of himself, the path of fear and anger that could make him shadow. The Force had whispered balance, though he did not yet know how to hear it. His training was incomplete, but it was not fruitless. for the boy who had left Bespin shattered was not the same as the one who returned to Dagobah. He had glimpsed himself in the darkness and recoiled, and that recoil, though fleeting, would one day shape his choice. So Dagobah became more than swamp. It became mirror. Yoda waited there still, the last master of an age gone, guiding what he could, mourning what he could not. Luke departed, his path uncertain, his spirit unsteady, but his journey now entwined irrevocably with his father's. For Bespin had revealed blood, Dagobah had revealed shadow, and soon, the galaxy would see whether Luke Skywalker would become Jedi, or follow Anakin into the fire. The swamps of Dagobah faded behind Luke, but their lessons clung to him like mist. Yoda's words echoed still, warnings of fear, visions of shadow, the truth of his father's fall. He left before his training was complete, driven by urgency, by the ache of bonds too deep to sever. Leia, Han, the rebellion itself, they needed him now, not in some distant future of patience. Yet even as he flew from Dagobah's solitude into the storms of war, the Force whispered that his path would soon narrow to a single choice. The Empire was not idle. Though the first Death Star had been destroyed, Palpatine's will was tireless. Already, in secret, a second battle station rose, not half-formed rumor but reality, larger than the first, its super laser refined, its Terra S. Head yet already functional, a weapon meant not only to replace what had been lost but to surpass it. Palpatine did not hide this construction. He revealed it to the galaxy deliberately, bait for the trap he had woven. For he knew the rebellion would come, desperate to strike again, eager to repeat Yavin's triumph. And when they came, he would crush them in one stroke, destroying not only their fleets but their hope. The Alliance gathered for what would be their greatest gamble. Leia, now hardened leader as much as senator, carried herself with the quiet fire of Alderaan's loss. Han, rescued from Jabba's grasp and thawed from carbonite, returned to fight with devotion deeper than profit. Lando, once betrayer, now redeemed, took command of fleets to prove his loyalty. And Luke, no longer only farmer or student, stood among them with a calm that was not yet mastery but something more than youth. His saber was newly built, green blade humming with resolve. His eyes carried shadow and light both. The plan was daring, fragile, as all rebellion must be. On Ender's surface, a team would disable the shield generator protecting the station. Above, the fleet would engage the Empire directly. And Luke carried a burden no one else could. For he felt Vader's presence like a wound that never closed, felt the bond between them not only as foe but as father. He knew the final battle was not only for fleets or stations, but for souls. Ender's forests became battleground, not only of soldiers but of the native Ewoks, small and underestimated, whose courage turned the tide against armored walkers and disciplined troops. Above, fleets clashed in fire and chaos, star destroyers and Mon Calamari cruisers tearing the void with their volleys. Lando led the charge, his falcon weaving through turbo laser storms, hope clinging by the thinnest thread. Yet none of it could succeed until the shield fell, and none of it would matter until the duel within the Death Star reached its end. Luke surrendered himself, taken before Vader, and through him, to the Emperor. Palpatine waited upon his throne, cloaked in black, his smile cold with certainty. He had woven every thread, placed every piece, and now he believed himself victor already. He taunted Luke with visions of fleets destroyed, of friends dying, of rebellion crushed. He urged him to strike, to give in to anger, to take the saber and end the Emperor's life. For in that act, he promised, Luke would claim power, as his father had before him. The duel erupted, not by Luke's choice but by inevitability. Vader pressed him, blade red against green, father against son. Luke resisted, not only with saber but with words, pleading still for the man buried beneath the armor. Vader fought with fury yet hesitation, conflict whispering beneath the mask. And when Luke faltered, when he struck in anger, when he severed Vader's hand and saw the wires sparking as once his own flesh had been severed, he realized the truth, he was not only fighting his father, he was fighting himself. In that moment, choice crystallized. He cast away his weapon, refusing to kill, refusing to become what the Emperor demanded. He stood unarmed before Shadow, declaring not victory but defiance, that he was Jedi, as his father had once been. Palpatine answered with lightning, arcs of hatred tearing through Luke's body, pain consuming him, the promise of death absolute. Yet in that agony, another choice was made, not by Luke, but by Vader. The father, who had once fallen for fear of loss, who had drowned in anger and betrayal, looked upon his son and remembered. Not prophecy, not power, love. With final strength, Anakin Skywalker rose from beneath the mask, seizing the Emperor and hurling him into the abyss. Lightning consumed him, fire seared through armor, but in that act he fulfilled what prophecy had long foretold. The Chosen One brought balance, not by conquest, but by sacrifice. The station erupted in flame, torn apart by Lando's assault and the chain reaction of its core. Endor skies lit brighter than stars, debris scattering into void. The Empire's great weapon fell as the first had fallen, and with it, the Emperor himself. Vader, broken and unmasked, lay before his son not as Sith but as father. Luke saw not the monster of the galaxy, but the man who had once been Anakin, who had once been boy of Tatooine, husband of Padme, friend of Obi-Wan. He died in peace, not in chains of anger, but in freedom of love. Thus the Battle of Endor ended not only with the fall of a station but with the redemption of a soul. The fleets rejoiced, the rebellion triumphed, the galaxy saw Empire falter. But the Force remembered more deeply that in the choice of one son and the sacrifice of one father, balance had been restored, if only for a moment. The night of Empire was pierced, and dawn began to rise. The fires of Endor still burned in the heavens when the galaxy's greatest shadow was unmade. The Death Star had fallen, its wreckage streaking across the void, but its fall alone was not victory. The true end had come not in the clash of fleets or the destruction of weapons, but in the throne room where father and son had faced the Emperor. For Palpatine, who had ruled the galaxy through deception, through fear, through centuries of Sith design, now met his end, not by the blade of an enemy, but by the hand of the apprentice he had enslaved. The duel between Luke and Vader had already revealed the fracture. The Emperor had watched with glee as the son struck in anger, as hatred nearly consumed him, as the cycle of the Sith nearly repeated itself. Yet Luke refused the final step. He cast aside his saber, declaring himself Jedi, not Sith. In that refusal, Palpatine's fury ignited. The lightning that tore from his hands was more than weapon, it was the full expression of the dark side, the storm that had conquered a galaxy, unleashed upon a single boy who had dared to defy him. Luke writhed beneath the onslaught, his cries echoing through the chamber, his body trembling as blue fire coursed through him. The Emperor laughed, the sound of triumph centuries in the making. But what he did not see, what he had never imagined, was that in tormenting the son, he awakened the father. Vader stood silent, watching, the conflict raging within him. For years he had been servant, enforcer, monster. He had murdered, hunted, enslaved, crushed every remnant of who Anakin Skywalker had been. But now, as his son's life was burned away before him, the echo of Anakin stirred. He heard Padme's voice, faint but true, there is still good in him. He saw the boy on Tatooine who had once dreamed of stars. He felt not the command of Sidious, but the bond of blood, of love, of fatherhood. The choice came, as all choices do, in a single breath. He lifted the Emperor, lightning tearing through them both, searing circuits, burning flesh, corroding armor. Sidious shrieked, his power consuming him as he was hurled into the abyss. Light flared, then silence. The reign of Darth Sidious ended, not in triumph of his designs, but in betrayal by the one he had believed broken beyond redemption. The galaxy did not see this moment. Fleets clashed, walkers fell, stormtroopers scattered. Ewoks cheered, starships roared. To them, victory came in fire and debris, in banners raised and chains broken. But the Force saw more deeply. It saw the ending of a darkness that had clouded its vision for generations. It saw the fulfillment of prophecy whispered since the High Republic, that one would bring balance, not through conquest, but through sacrifice. The Chosen One had fallen, but he had risen again, not in power, but in love. Vader lay broken, his body ruined, his mask shattered. In his final moments, he spoke not as Sith but as Anakin Skywalker. He asked to see his son with his own eyes, and Luke, weeping, removed the mask. Beneath it was not monster but man, scarred, aged, weary, but human. Anakin looked upon his son, and in that gaze, redemption was complete. He died not in chains of hatred, but in freedom, his last breath not of rage, but of peace. Palpatine was gone. The Death Star destroyed. The Emperor who had orchestrated wars, who had twisted the galaxy for decades, who had built empires on lies and corpses, had been undone. Not by armies. Not by fleets. But by the bond of father and son, by the refusal of a boy to surrender to shadow, and the final choice of a man to return to light. Thus the night of Sith rule ended in fire, and dawn broke at last. The Emperor was gone, his scream consumed in lightning and flame, his body cast into the abyss of the reactor shaft. The second Death Star shuddered as the chain reaction began, explosions blooming through its vast corridors. Yet amid the chaos, there was silence in the throne room, silence broken only by the rasping breath of the fallen Vader. The galaxy would remember the destruction of the station, the triumph of fleets, the liberation of worlds. But in truth, the heart of Ender's victory lay here, in the quiet final moments between father and son. Anakin Skywalker lay dying, the armor that had sustained him failing, the lightning of Sidious having burned through circuits and flesh alike. His strength was spent, yet his soul was unshackled. For the first time in decades, he was no longer Sith, no longer slave to Sidious, no longer Vader. He was Anakin, the boy of Tatooine, the husband who had loved Padme, the father who now looked upon his son and saw hope unbroken. Luke refused to leave him, even as the station groaned and fire spread. He dragged his father's heavy form toward escape, determined to save him as he had always believed he could. But Anakin, at last, did not ask for salvation. He had found it already, not in life prolonged, but in life redeemed. He asked only one thing, to look upon his son with his own eyes. Luke lifted the mask, and beneath it was no monster, no legend of terror, but a man. Scarred, yes. Weathered by years of fire and iron. Yet his gaze was human, his expression softened not by power but by peace. He looked upon Luke, and in those eyes, father and son truly saw one another for the first and last time. "I was right," Luke whispered through tears, "there was good in you." And Anakin, though his voice was faint, knew it to be true. For he had chosen love over hate, his son over his master, the light over the shadow. The prophecy, long doubted, long twisted, had been fulfilled. Not in conquest, not in endless victory, but in a final act of sacrifice. Balance had been restored because one man, even after years of darkness, chose the light. Anakin's breath faltered. His hand, once mechanical, now trembling, rested briefly against his son's shoulder. Then it fell, and with it the last of his strength. Anakin Skywalker, who had been slave, Jedi, knight, husband, father, Sith, and at last redeemed, exhaled and was gone. Luke wept, but he did not despair. He had not failed, though he had not saved his father's life. He had saved his father's soul. That was the true victory, deeper even than the Empire's defeat. The galaxy would know only of Vader's death, but Luke knew the truth, that Anakin had returned. That redemption was possible, even after decades of shadow. The Death Star erupted behind him as he escaped in his shuttle, fire consuming the throne room, the Emperor's seat of power reduced to ash. On Ender's moon, flames rose again, but these were not of destruction. They were of mourning. Luke built a pyre and laid his father's body upon it, armored shell burning beneath the stars. The fire roared upward, carrying the last of Anakin into the night sky. To the Ewoks and rebels who watched from afar, it was a ceremony for a fallen foe. To Luke, it was farewell to a father. As the flames consumed the black armor, the Force whispered peace. Anakin was gone, but not lost. For in the moments that followed, Luke would glimpse him again, not in flesh, but as spirit, luminous and free. He stood beside Obi-Wan and Yoda, no longer Sith, no longer bound, but one with the Force. Smiling, whole, redeemed. The galaxy would remember Vader as monster, as enforcer of tyranny, as shadow made flesh. But Luke would remember Anakin as father. The prophecy remembered him as chosen one. The Force remembered him as balance restored. His death was not defeat. It was triumph, the kind that no empire could erase. Thus ended the tale of Anakin Skywalker. Not in fire on Mustafar, not in chains beneath Sid IOUs, but in light returned, in love reclaimed, in redemption won. The galaxy celebrated victory, banners raised, songs sung. But the true victory was quieter, written not in stars but in souls, that even in darkness, light can be chosen. That even in fall, redemption waits. That balance is never lost forever. Anakin Skywalker was gone. But the Skywalker name lived on, in his son, in his daughter, in the destiny the Force had not yet finished writing. The flames of Endor burned high into the night sky, smoke curling into stars, and with them the last vestiges of Darth Vader were carried away. The second Death Star was gone, Palpatine destroyed, and Anakin Skywalker redeemed. Yet the death of an emperor did not mean the death of an empire. Across the galaxy, fleets remained vast, governors entrenched, stormtroopers loyal to their chains. The war was not over. It had only shifted, the balance of power broken, the opportunity for freedom fragile. And so the first cries of liberation rose, not in Endor's forests, but in the heart of the galaxy itself, Coruscant. Coruscant had been the jewel of the Republic, its endless city stretching across the planet's face, towers gleaming like stars, sky lanes buzzing with life. But under Imperial rule, it had become fortress. Stormtroopers patrolled every district, propaganda towers rose higher than spires of learning, and the Senate chamber, once the voice of worlds, had been reduced to theater for Palpatine's decrees. The people lived under watchful eyes, silence forced upon them, their streets echoing with the tramp of white-armored boots. Yet beneath that silence lay years of resentment, years of whispers, years of waiting. And when the Death Star fell at Endor, when news spread like wildfire that the Emperor was gone, Coruscant erupted. The uprising began in pockets. Workers striking, droids reprogrammed to disrupt, students flooding avenues with banners hidden for years. The Imperial remnant responded with violence, stormtroopers opening fire, TIEs screaming through city canyons, but the people did not scatter. They surged, overwhelming garrisons by sheer numbers, seizing armories, storming detention blocks where prisoners had vanished into silence. What had once been whispers became roar, and the roar became revolution. The records of canon describe this moment as chaos, fire spreading across sky lanes, statues of the Emperor toppled, his visage defaced, his banners torn down by the very citizens he had enslaved. In the skies, rebel cells that had long hidden in Coruscant's depths emerged, starfighters painted in the colors of defiance, striking at shuttles and destroyers alike. The planet, once thought immovable, trembled. The rebellion, now no longer only rebellion but the seed of a republic reborn, moved swiftly to embrace the moment. Diplomats and soldiers who had long fought from the shadows emerged into the light, rallying the people beneath a single cause, the liberation of Coruscant, the return of freedom to the galaxy's core. Bail Organa's memory was invoked, Mon Mothma's voice rang clear. Leia Organa herself stood a symbol of endurance, the daughter of Alderaan whose world had been destroyed now calling for a galaxy remade. It was not clean victory. The Empire's remnants resisted bitterly, fighting block by block, sector by sector. Stormtroopers fortified government districts, Moffs clung to their authority, fleets above the planet exchanged fire with rebel ships. For days the city shook with war, skyscrapers burning, sky lanes collapsing, the people caught between hope and ruin. Yet the tide had already turned at Endor, and the remnants of Imperial control could not withstand the swell of defiance. When the fighting ended, Coruscant stood scarred but free. Statues of Palpatine lay in ruin, the Senate chamber reopened, its rot cleansed by fire and voices raised in hope once more. The people cheered not only for victory but for rebirth. For the first time in decades, the galaxy's capital was no longer throne of tyranny but cradle of freedom. The Empire still held vast territories, still commanded fleets, still wielded terror, but its heart had been pierced. Without Coruscant, it could never claim legitimacy again. Luke, Leia, Han, Lando, and their comrades did not stand at the center of Coruscant's uprising. Their place had been Endor, their victory one of fire and prophecy. But the wave they had unleashed reached all the way to the core, and its crest broke upon the Imperial capital itself. The people of Coruscant freed themselves, inspired by the truth that empires could fall, that Sith could be defeated, that hope was more enduring than fear. Thus the first great act of the new republic was not legislation, not diplomacy, but liberation. The Empire fractured, retreating into shadows, clinging to the outer rim, its remnants stubborn but leaderless. The Republic rose, not in perfection, not without scars, but in promise. The night was not gone, but dawn had begun, and the light of freedom spread outward from the liberated heart of the galaxy. Coruscant was free, its spires no longer crowned with the Emperor's image, its streets filled with the sound of voices unafraid. But the fall of the capital did not mean the fall of the Empire. Far from it. Across the galaxy, admirals, moffs, and governors clung to their fleets and garrisons, unwilling to surrender the power they had wielded under Palpatine's shadow. Some dreamed of restoring the Empire under their own command. Others believed the Emperor's death was a lie, that he would return to punish the faithless. And so the war did not end with Endor, nor with Coruscant. It burned on, scattering like embers, each ember sparking new conflict. Yet history remembers one final battle as the true end of the Empire's might, Jakku. Jakku was nothing, a barren desert world on the edge of the unknown regions, its sands unyielding, its skies pale. To the galaxy it was meaningless. To the Empire, it became last stand. In desperation, the Imperial remnants under Grand Admiral Gallius Rax gathered their fleets there, seeking to halt the new Republic's advance. Rax, who claimed the Emperor's secret will, believed Jakku was destined to be graveyard, one way or another. He fortified the planet, rallied ships from across the remnants, and prepared to crush the Republic in one climactic strike. The new Republic came with equal resolve. Its fleets, drawn from worlds long oppressed, surged into the system under the banner of liberation. X-Wings and Mon Calamari cruisers, Corellian corvettes and fresh-built frigates. All converged upon Jakku, determined to end a war that had scarred a generation. Leia Organa, now not only rebel leader but stateswoman of the emerging republic, pushed for the battle not out of vengeance but necessity. Only by breaking the Empire fully could peace be secured. The clash was apocalyptic. Star destroyers filled the skies, their hulls blotting out the sun, their turbo lasers tearing through the void. Republic ships darted and swarmed, faster, freer, but outgunned. Fighters screamed across desert skies, their contrails painting white scars above the barren land. On the surface, troops clashed amid dunes, AT-ATs striding across wastelands, walkers collapsing in fire as starfighters straw. Are consuming thousands, each hour pushing both sides closer to ruin. Jakku became graveyard. destroyers plummeted from orbit, crashing into the desert in explosions that scarred the land for centuries. Even decades later, their hulks would remain, skeletons of war half buried in sand, reminders of the day the galaxy's greatest fleets tore themselves apart above a forgotten world. The desert swallowed victory and defeat alike, indifferent to the fire that consumed it. The New Republic endured. Piece by piece, ship by ship, its forces pushed through the Imperial lines, overwhelming even Rax's careful designs. The Death Star had shown that superweapons could fall, Ender had shown that tyrants could die, and now Jakku showed that empires could collapse. The Imperial fleet shattered, survivors fleeing into the unknown regions, their strength broken, their will scattered. The war that had begun with the fall of the Republic now ended with the fall of its conquerors. When the guns fell silent, the galaxy exhaled. After decades of war, clone wars, purge, rebellion, the last great battle was over. Jakku sands became sacred and cursed both, a place where thousands lay buried beneath wreckage, where freedom was purchased in blood. To the New Republic, it was triumph. To the Empire survivors, it was ruin. To the Force, it was turning point, the night ended, dawn begun, though shadows lingered still. From Jakku's ashes came treaty. The Galactic Concordance, signed in Coruscant's halls, bound the Empire's remnants to surrender, forbidding new fleets, stripping them of power, ending their dominion. It was not perfect, for war leaves scars no treaty can heal, but it marked end of an age. The Empire was gone, at least in name. The New Republic rose, fragile but real, its dream echoing the old Republic's ideals, tempered now by lessons of its fall. Yet the Force whispered caution, even in victory. The wrecks upon Jakku sands were not only graves but seeds. For in the unknown regions, those who fled would gather, biding time, building strength, waiting for night to fall again. But that was future yet unwritten. For now, the galaxy celebrated. Children laughed beneath banners of freedom. Worlds long silent raised voices of joy. Leia Organa stood a symbol of endurance, Luke Skywalker a symbol of hope, Han Solo a symbol of defiance. Jakku was ruin, but it was also rebirth. And though the sand swallowed steel and bone alike, the memory endured, that tyranny could fall, that empires were not eternal, that even in desert waste, the seeds of freedom could bloom. The sands of Jakku still smoldered, its sky still heavy with smoke from wrecks half buried in dunes, when the galaxy moved to close the book on war. For decades the stars had known only conflict, clone wars, Jedi purge, rise of empire, rebellion, and at last the clash that left destroyers as tombs in the desert. Yet no battle, no victory, could stand without words to bind it. And so, from the silence after Jakku, the Galactic Concordance was born. Coruscant, newly freed from the Emperor's shadow, became the stage once more. Its towers scarred but standing, its Senate chamber restored to purpose, its people no longer forced to bow to Palpatine's image, the world symbolized both ruin and renewal. Delegates from across the galaxy gathered there, representatives of the New Republic, voices of liberated systems, envoys of those who had fought and bled for freedom. Across from them sat what remained of the Empire, weary, beaten, their fleets shattered, their ambitions broken. No longer did Moffs and admirals thunder with arrogance, now they came to bargain, to surrender, to survive. The Concordance was more than treaty. It was confession. The Empire, once so proud, was forced to admit what it had denied, that its reign had ended. The document forbade it from raising new armies or fleets, dissolved its war machine, confined its rule to shrunken territories. No longer would star destroyers blot out skies at their command, no longer would governors rule with Palpatine's iron hand. Those who signed did so with bitterness, but they had no choice. Their emperor was dead, their superweapons destroyed, their capital liberated, their last stand consumed by Jakku's sands. Mon Mothma, who had spoken against tyranny since the days of the Republic, stood at the heart of the Concordance. Her voice was steady, her presence calm, her words carried by the memory of all who had fallen. Leia Organa stood beside her, no longer only princess of a world destroyed, but stateswoman of a galaxy reborn. In Leia's eyes was not vengeance but resolve. Alderaan's ashes demanded not endless war but peace, not cruelty but justice. Together, they gave the Concordance its moral weight, ensuring it was more than words on parchment, but a covenant of freedom. The galaxy watched. Across Holonets, citizens in Core and Rim alike listened as the words were read aloud. The Empire's surrender, the Republic's return. In cantinas and marketplaces, cheers erupted. Children who had known only stormtroopers marching in their streets now dreamed of days without blaster fire, without curfews, without fear. The scars of war were deep, but the promise of healing rang across systems long silenced. Yet even as celebration echoed, the Force whispered caution. For treaties end wars, but they do not end shadows. The Concordance stripped the Empire of fleets, but not of memory. It bound generals, but not the ambitions of those who fled into the unknown regions. It gave peace, but peace fragile, a peace resting on trust that might one day fracture. The galaxy exhaled, but it did not yet breathe freely. Still, in that moment, history turned. The Jedi were gone, but hope endured. The Republic was reborn, though changed. The people raised banners not of empire but of freedom, and the stars gleamed brighter for the first time in a generation. The Galactic Concordance sealed the age of Palpatine, ending the chapter of tyranny that had consumed the galaxy for so long. Jakku was graveyard. The Concordance was renewal. From sand and silence came words that bound the future, words that declared to the galaxy, no empire lasts forever. The ink of the Galactic Concordance was scarcely dry when the question arose, who would lead the galaxy now? The Republic had returned in name, but a name alone cannot govern. The old Senate chamber, restored and filled once more with voices of free worlds, needed a guiding hand, not an emperor, not a tyrant, but a chancellor who would embody the Republic's ideals without repeating the arrogance that had once doomed it. And so the eyes of the galaxy turned to one who had spoken for peace even in the darkest of times, Mon Mothma. She had been senator of Chandrila, a voice of conscience in halls where corruption had long held sway. She had stood beside Bail Organa, Padma Amidala, and others in the waning days of the Republic, warning of Palpatine's growing power when few dared speak aloud. She had been among the first to abandon the Senate when its integrity was lost, raising her voice in open defiance to declare the formation of the rebellion. Hers was not a path of ambition but of sacrifice, surrendering privilege, risking exile, choosing truth over comfort. And now, with the Empire's surrender signed, she was chosen not as ruler but as servant, the first Chancellor of the new Republic. Her election was not contested, for no one else carried her moral weight. She had not commanded armies in glory, she had guided conscience in shadow. Her leadership came not from force but from trust, earned across years of struggle. When she stood before the Senate to accept her role, there was no thunderous applause, no imperial fanfare, only solemn resolve. The galaxy had suffered too deeply for spectacle. She promised not empire, not endless expansion, but balance, humility, and peace. One of her first acts was to dismantle much of the war machine that had consumed the Republic and fed the Empire. Fleets were reduced, armies demobilized, emergency powers stripped. She believed sincerely that peace must be built not upon endless vigilance of weapons, but upon trust between worlds, upon the willingness to listen and to compromise. Many cheered her vision, weary of war. Others worried, whispering that weakness invited shadow. Yet Mon Mothma held firm. She had seen firsthand what unchecked militarism could create. She would not allow the new Republic to become what it had fought to destroy. Leia Organa stood at her side, though her path soon diverged. For while Mon Mothma believed in diplomacy's strength, Leia knew that remnants of the Empire had fled into the unknown regions, that shadows still lingered beyond the reach of treaties. Where Mon Mothma sought to govern, Leia prepared to defend. Their bond endured, but their visions of the future began to differ, a fracture that would shape years to come. Still, in those first days, hope was genuine. Freed world celebrated, refugees returned home, banners of rebellion transformed into banners of unity. The Senate, though fragile, held debate again without fear. Children born after the war saw not stormtroopers in the streets but the possibility of peace. The galaxy breathed as if for the first time in a generation. Yet beneath the surface, fault lines remained. The Concordance had bound the Empire, but its remnants still whispered, still gathered strength in the unknown regions. The reduction of the Republic's military left it vulnerable, and though few would admit it, many feared the day the shadow might rise again. But for the moment, the dawn was real. And so history remembers Mon Mothma not as conqueror, not as warrior, but as builder. Her legacy began not in starships or battles, but in words spoken with calm resolve, that the Republic would not repeat its mistakes, that the galaxy would not be ruled by fear, that freedom would be safeguarded by trust. She was no emperor on a throne of iron. She was a woman of principle, carrying the weight of a galaxy scarred, and guiding it gently into new age. The New Republic was fragile, imperfect, and uncertain. But in its chancellor, it had a heart. The New Republic rose under Mon Mothma's steady hand, banners of freedom unfurled across liberated worlds, fleets reduced by choice, armies disbanded, the promise of peace spoken in every Senate chamber. The galaxy exhaled after decades of suffocation. Yet history teaches that peace, when left unwatched, can become illusion. While the Republic looked inward, rebuilding from ashes, shadows gathered in silence beyond the known stars. For the remnants of the Empire had not perished at Jakku, nor had they accepted the Concordance as final. They fled into the unknown regions, carrying their fleets, their admirals, their ambitions, and in time, from those remnants, the First Order was born. The retreat was not chaos, but design. In the final days of Palpatine's reign, contingencies had been laid, secret instructions carried out by Gallius Rax and others who had been entrusted with fragments of the Emperor's will. If the Empire was to fall, it would not fall completely. It would retreat, regroup, and one day return stronger, purged of weakness. The unknown regions, dangerous and unmapped, became crucible. Navigators charted passages through maelstroms of gravity wells and storms of dark matter, guided by remnants of Sith knowledge, whispers of the Emperor's secrets. Countless ships were lost, swallowed by the void, but those who survived found refuge far from the Republic's gaze. There, in exile, the seed was planted. The Empire shed its old skin, no longer fractured by bickering moffs and greedy governors. Authority tightened, discipline sharpened, ideology hardened. They looked back at the Republic with contempt, declaring it fragile, soft, doomed to collapse under its own weakness. They looked back at Palpatine with reverence, seeing in him not tyrant but vision. And in the crucible of exile, that vision was reforged into creed. The First Order was not proclaimed with Senate applause or holonet broadcasts. It was whispered first, in command rooms aboard hidden destroyers, in training halls where children were molded into soldiers from birth. It was taught in silence, that chaos could only be ended through absolute control, that weakness must be purged, that the galaxy must be ruled by fear to survive. From these whispers grew armies drilled in fanaticism, fleets rebuilt in secret, technology advanced beyond what the New Republic could imagine. The galaxy did not see them, not yet. The New Republic believed the war truly ended, its military reduced, its vigilance relaxed. Mon Mothma's faith in peace was sincere, but it left blind spots. Leia Organa felt it, unease gnawing at her spirit, the Force itself whispering that darkness still lingered. But few listened. To the Senate, she seemed unable to let go of war, too suspicious, too tied to old wounds. And so Leia's warnings fell quiet in chambers that preferred comfort to caution. Meanwhile, in the unknown regions, the First Order grew. Stormtroopers were no longer clones or conscripts, they were taken as children, raised without identity, molded into weapons without doubt. Commanders were chosen for their zeal, officers for their loyalty. And behind them all, whispers of something older guided their rise, something tied not only to the Empire but to the Sith themselves. For Palpatine's designs had stretched even into death, and his shadow lingered upon Exegol, waiting. The First Order did not rush to reveal itself. It watched, it waited, it prepared. It studied the Republic's weaknesses, exploited its divisions, and ensured that when it emerged, it would not be remnant but resurrection. And when it did, the galaxy would not remember it as broken empire. It would know it as something new, something sharper, something crueler. Thus the New Republic celebrated peace while the First Order sharpened its blade. The two moved in parallel, one in light, one in shadow, destined to clash as inevitably as day and night. The fall of the Empire had not ended the cycle. It had only begun another chapter. And in the Force, balance stirred uneasily. For the children of Skywalker still lived, and their destinies would soon collide with this rising storm. The New Republic believed itself secure. Coruscant was no longer its capital. The Senate had moved to Chandrila first, then rotated between worlds, a gesture meant to show that the Republic belonged to all, not to the core alone. Fleets were smaller, armies restrained, diplomacy prized above vigilance. Mon Mothma had shaped this vision with sincerity, and for a time, peace seemed real. But beyond the edges of known space, in the silence of the unknown regions, the First Order had grown, its fleets vast, its discipline merciless, its faith forged in exile. And when it finally revealed itself, it did so not with whispers, not with skirmishes, but with fire that consumed worlds in a single breath. Starkiller Base was their creation, weapon born not only of imperial ambition but of obsession. Where the Death Star had been terror-made steel, Starkiller was terror-made godlike. It did not merely destroy planets. It devoured stars, draining suns of their light, then hurling that power across the galaxy to annihilate entire systems in an instant. Concealed within the icy crust of Ilum, a world once sacred to Jedi for its kyber crystals, the weapon turned the memory of the Order into its own mockery. What had once given life to sabers now fueled a machine of extinction. The galaxy did not believe it at first. Rumors spread of the First Order's might, of fleets hidden in shadow, of children stolen and trained as stormtroopers, of leaders who invoked the Emperor's name with new fervor. But rumors are easy to dismiss. The New Republic Senate fractured in debate, some claiming the threat exaggerated, others urging caution but lacking proof. Leia Organa, who had warned for years of the First Order's rise, found her voice dismissed as alarmist. Frustrated, she broke from the Senate, founding the Resistance, a force small in number but fierce in purpose. Few worlds supported it openly, but Leia's resolve was unshaken. She had seen too clearly what complacency could cost. Her fears proved true when the First Order unveiled its weapon. Starkiller Base, hidden in the depths of the unknown regions, fired its first shot not upon a battlefield but upon the Hosnian system, the very seat of the New Republic's government at the time. In one instant, the heart of the galaxy was erased. Hosnian Prime, its capital, its fleet, its people, its senate, all consumed in blinding light. Entire worlds vanished, their skies torn apart, their oceans boiled into nothingness. Billions died in silence, their cries extinguished before they could even reach the stars. The galaxy trembled. What Alderaan had been for the Empire, Hosnian was for the First Order, proof of power absolute, demonstration that resistance was futile, warning that peace was a lie. Unlike Alderaan, this was not a single world but an entire system, and its destruction was not hidden in secrecy but broadcast across the stars. The message was clear, the First Order had risen, and it would not merely conquer. It would erase. Leia felt the loss not only as leader but as daughter of Alderaan, for once again she saw her people consumed by fire. Yet she did not falter. The Resistance, though small, became the galaxy's only defense, its only defiance. The New Republic, decapitated in an instant, could not respond. Its fleets were gone, its government destroyed, its will broken. From that moment forward, the galaxy stood divided, those who knelt in fear of the First Order, and those who stood beside Leia, willing to fight no matter the odds. Thus the age of the New Republic ended in fire, and the age of resistance began. The First Order had revealed itself not as remnant but as Empire reborn, its shadow longer than Palpatine's, its terror sharper than Sidious's. And in its rise, the galaxy remembered once more that night is never truly ended. But the Force remembered too. For even as systems burned, new threads stirred. In the ashes of the Republic, another light was awakening, one who had yet to discover the power within her. The destruction of Hosnian was not only end, it was the beginning of a new struggle, one that would carry the name Skywalker into the galaxy's story once again. The Hosnian system was gone, reduced to ash and silence, its people extinguished in a flash of unnatural fire. Across the galaxy, the Force shuddered at the sudden absence of billions of lives, a wound as deep as Alderaan but magnified many times over. Fear spread swiftly, despair like poison, yet in the midst of such darkness the Force does not only mourn, it awakens. And so, even as the First Order revealed its might, another light began to stir on a forgotten world of sand and salvage. Her name was Rey. Jakku was barren, its surface scarred by wreckage from the final battle of the Empire, a graveyard of star destroyers and fallen cruisers half buried in dunes. To the galaxy it was wasteland, unremarkable, overlooked. To Rey, it was prison and home both. She scavenged in the husks of old war machines, climbing through broken corridors of ships that had once shaped destiny, trading scraps for food, living in solitude within the hollow of an AT-AT long since abandoned. Her life was survival, day after day, always with one thought anchoring her, that she must wait, for someone had promised they would return. She was no soldier, no politician, no noble. She was a girl who lived on scraps, yet the Force lingered around her like a breath she had not yet noticed. It whispered. She piloted with uncanny precision though she had never trained, in the way she could feel the pulse of danger before it came. She did not name it. She did not know it. But the Force was awakening within her, answering not her call but the galaxy's need. Her path changed when destiny crossed hers in the form of a droid, BB-8, carrying secrets of the Resistance, hunted by the First Order. With him came Finn, a stormtrooper who had broken free from the chains of indoctrination, choosing conscience over obedience. Their meeting was no accident. The Force had begun to draw threads together, weaving lives into a tapestry greater than any could yet see. Rey, who had expected nothing from the galaxy, suddenly found herself swept into its heart. At first, she resisted. She wanted only to return to Jakku, to continue waiting for a family she could not forget. But already the Force was calling, guiding her hands as she piloted the Millennium Falcon with skill that startled even herself, urging her forward even as she tried to cling to the past. When she first touched Luke Skywalker's lightsaber within Maz Kanata's castle, the vision shattered her silence. She saw forests and snow, heard voices of the past, glimpsed halls of the Jedi Temple, and above all felt the weight of destiny pressing upon her. The Force was no longer whisper. It was roar. She fled from it, terrified. But the Force does not wait for consent when the galaxy trembles. On Starkiller Base, when Kylo Ren, the apprentice of Snoke, heir of Vader's shadow, sought to break her, she discovered the truth that had always lived within her. Bound and interrogated, she reached not with anger but with instinct, pushing back into his mind, resisting his will with power she had never named. When she held the saber in her hands for the first time, the blade of Anakin and Luke, the bond was undeniable. The Force flowed through her, not as stranger but as inheritance. Her duel with Kylo in the snow was not mastery, it was awakening. Her strikes were raw, her stance untrained, yet her power surged, guided by something beyond knowledge. She fought not only with blade but with the sudden certainty that she was not alone, that something greater than her had chosen her. The Force, long quiet since Luke's exile, was alive in her, calling her into a story that stretched back generations. Thus the girl from Jakku became more than scavenger. She became heir to a power that had once lifted Skywalker, that had once tempted Vader, that had always balanced light and dark. She did not yet know who she was, nor what path she would walk, but the galaxy knew, the Force had awakened, and its answer was Rey. The Hosnian system was gone, Starkiller Base burned worlds, the First Order marched. Yet in Rey's eyes, a new dawn flickered, fragile but fierce. For every act of darkness, the Force births answer, and in her, the answer had begun to take shape. Rey's awakening came not in peace but in fire. The First Order had revealed its terror with the destruction of Hosnian, Starkiller Base had devoured a system in light, and across the galaxy despair spread like shadow. Yet in the snowbound forests of that weapon world, destiny unfolded in a quieter tragedy, one that shook the galaxy as deeply as any super laser. For there, in the heart of Starkiller, father met son, and love met blade. Han Solo died, not at the hands of stormtroopers or admirals, but by the choice of his own child, Kylo Ren. The journey to that moment began long before Starkiller. Ben Solo, child of Leia Organa and Han, had been born with fire in his blood, heir to the Skywalker legacy and the shadow that came with it. Luke Skywalker had trained him, seeking to guide him as Jedi, yet the darkness whispered louder, coaxed by the unseen hand of Snoke, master of the First Order. Torn between love for his family and fear of his destiny, Ben fell. He took a new name, Kylo Ren, and pledged himself to Shadow, becoming heir not of Luke's hope but of Vader's mask. Yet even in his fall, Leia never stopped believing in the son she had held as infant, the boy she had raised, the child who had laughed aboard the Falcon. Han, though distant at times, though reluctant father and restless soul, carried the same love. And when the resistance struck against Starkiller Base, when the fate of the galaxy hung on razor's edge, Han saw not only battle but chance. If he could not save the galaxy alone, perhaps he could save his son. In the canon of The Force Awakens, this moment is carved in memory. Amid the vast chasm of the base's reactor core, Han called to his son by name, Ben. The name the galaxy had forgotten, the name Kylo himself had buried, spoken aloud once more with the weight only a father could give. For a moment, the mask faltered. Kylo stood torn, light and shadow warring within him, tears glistening in his eyes. He confessed his struggle, his weakness, his need for strength. Han stepped closer, not with blaster drawn, not with suspicion, but with open hands and faith. He offered his son not judgment, but return. The choice came, as choices always do, in a single breath. Kylo ignited his saber, and the crimson blade pierced his father's heart. Han's eyes widened not in anger but in sorrow, and yet even then, even as life left him, he reached up and touched his son's face with gentleness. His final act was not rejection but love. And then he fell into the abyss, his body vanishing into shadow, his legacy carried forward not in words, but in the memory of all who loved him. Chewbacca's roar shook the chamber, grief exploding in fire as his bowcaster blazed. Leia felt the wound across the stars, her heart breaking as the bond between mother and son tore anew. Rey, who had scarcely begun to understand her own destiny, watched the act and knew that Kylo Ren was not only warrior of shadow but soul in torment, capable of choice yet enslaved to fear. And Kylo himself, though he had struck the blow, was not freed by it. He was consumed further, hollowed, haunted by the act meant to make him strong. The galaxy lost Han Solo that night, not smuggler, not general, but the man whose laughter had defied odds, whose charm had masked loyalty deeper than he admitted, whose courage had grown beyond profit into sacrifice. He had helped free Leia, had stood beside Luke, had carried the rebellion through fire, had loved and been loved. His story ended not in glory of battle, but in attempt to save the child he had once cradled. His death was tragedy, but also testament that love, even when refused, is never weakness. Starkiller Base trembled, its sun drained, its end approaching. The battle raged on, the resistance striking with desperate precision, Rey awakening further to the Force, Finn fighting with courage born of choice. Yet through it all, the shadow of Han's death hung heavy. The galaxy would remember the destruction of Starkiller, the fall of the First Order's weapon. But for those who had known him, the true wound was personal. Han Solo was gone. And the Force remembered, too. It remembered the boy from Corellia who had once believed only in himself, who had come to believe in something greater, who had risked all for friendship, for love, for family. His journey ended not with betrayal of who he was, but in affirmation of it. He died as he had lived, defiant, loyal, human. And though his body fell into abyss, his legacy burned brighter than ever. The galaxy lost a scoundrel. The Resistance lost a general. Leia lost a husband. Ben lost a father. But the story of Han Solo, smuggler turned hero, would not be forgotten. The fires of Starkiller Base still raged, its snowy forest scarred by battle, its vast machinery crumbling as the Resistance struck true. Han Solo was gone, his body lost in shadow, his final act a father's hand upon his son's cheek. Leia felt the wound like a blade through her soul, but she did not yield. Grief became strength, as it always had for her, yet she knew that the galaxy could not endure on courage alone. For the First Order remained vast, Snoke still commanded from shadow, and Kylo Ren, Ben, still walked in darkness. What was needed now was not only fleet or fire, but the return of a Jedi. And the only Jedi left was Luke Skywalker. But Luke was gone. He had vanished years before, retreating into exile so complete that even Leia, bound to him by blood, could not find him. The galaxy whispered rumors. That he was dead, that he had abandoned the fight, that he wandered the stars as ghost. In truth, Luke had chosen silence. The last master of an extinguished order, he carried failure heavy on his shoulders. He had tried to train a new generation of Jedi, had tried to restore what the Purge had taken, but his greatest student, his own nephew, had turned. Ben Solo had become Kylo Ren, his temple destroyed, his students slain or scattered. Luke believed the fault was his. He believed the Jedi legacy had ended not by Sith or Empire, but by his own failure. So he disappeared. Guided by fragments of ancient knowledge, by whispers of places strong in the Force, he sought the first Jedi temple, hidden on H2, an island world at the edge of maps. There, among stone huts and sacred trees, with the guardians known as the caretakers watching in silence, Luke buried himself in solitude. He studied ancient texts, yellowed and brittle, scrolls that spoke of the Force before the Republic, before the Order, before the Code. He sought not answers, but escape. If the Jedi were the source of imbalance, if their hubris had birthed Sidious, if their failure had given rise to Vader and now to Kylo, then perhaps the galaxy would be better without them. His exile was not cowardice, it was punishment. Yet exile cannot silence destiny. The map to his location had survived, hidden in fragments carried by droids, protected by allies. BB-8, once burdened with this secret, had brought it into the hands of the Resistance. And when Starkiller Base fell, when Han was lost, when Leia's plea became desperate, the map was completed. The galaxy's last hope lay not in weapons, but in finding Luke. Rey, who had awakened to the Force on Jakku, who had touched Anakin's saber and felt the weight of destiny, carried this hope. She had seen her own reflection in Luke's absence. An orphan waiting for family that never returned, a scavenger who had been told she was nothing, yet who felt something greater burning within her. She did not yet understand why the Force had chosen her, but she knew it had, and she knew she must seek the one who had walked the path before her. Her journey carried her across the sea-swept cliffs of H2, ancient stones rising against waves that had beaten them for millennia. At the summit, among ruins older than memory, she found him. Not the hero of Yavin or Ender, not the warrior of legend, but a man aged, weary, burdened. His robe hung heavy, his beard unkempt, his eyes shadowed by grief. He turned as she approached, and in her outstretched hand she held the weapon that had begun his own journey so many years before. His father's lightsaber, lost on Bespin, now returned. Luke looked upon it, and upon her, and the silence was deeper than any battle cry. For in that moment the galaxy's future balanced on the edge of choice. Not of armies or fleets, but of whether the last Jedi would return from exile, whether the man who had once brought hope to the galaxy would believe in hope again. Thus the exile of Luke Skywalker was revealed, not as death, but as despair. And with his return to sight, the next chapter of the saga began. The cliffs of H2, where Rey stood with Luke's saber outstretched, were far from the fire that still consumed Starkiller Base. Yet the two moments were bound, for even as exile was broken, the weapon of the First Order was unmade. Starkiller had revealed itself with the annihilation of the Hosnian system, its power beyond anything the galaxy had ever known. But terror breeds defiance, and the Resistance, though small, struck with a fury born of necessity. They knew there could be no survival, no freedom, if the weapon remained. So while Rey sought the last Jedi, the Resistance fought their greatest battle. The plan was desperate, fragile, as all Resistance must be. Starkiller drew its power from the very sun, draining its life to fuel destruction. To strike it required precision, sacrifice, and courage. Poe Dameron, pilot whose skill echoed the legends of Red Squadron, led the assault, his X-wing weaving through fire, his squadron scattering across the surface. Han and Chewbacca had placed the charges deep within the base, igniting a chain of destruction from within. Finn, stormtrooper turned rebel, fought with saber in hand, his loyalty no longer to code but to choice. And above them all, the First Order's might thundered, determined to crush them before the weapon could be silenced. Canon remembers this in The Force Awakens, starfighters darting across snowy trenches, explosions lighting the frozen forests, Resistance pilots falling one by one yet pressing forward. Poe's voice rang through comms, steady even as odds stacked high, urging his comrades to strike again, until the shield was pierced. And when the charges detonated, when the weak point was exposed, his X-wing dove with precision that seemed guided by the Force itself. Torpedoes struck, energy cascaded, and the weapon that had consumed stars now consumed itself. The planet trembled. Starkiller, once symbol of the First Order's invincibility, began to collapse. Its surface split in fire, mountains crumbling, forests shattering, snow boiling away in bursts of molten rock. The sun it had drained flared once more, reclaiming what had been stolen, as if the galaxy itself rejected the weapon's existence. Stormtroopers fled in panic, officers shouted in vain, and the base became tomb. General Hux escaped with Kylo Ren, their retreat not triumph but survival, their weapon lost, their leader Snoke waiting in the shadows to judge their failure. On the surface, Rey and Finn fought their own battle amid the crumbling world. Kylo confronted them, his saber burning red, his fury sharpened by the patricide he believed would make him strong. Finn fought bravely, though untrained, his courage born not of mastery but of heart. He fell, wounded, and Rey took up the blade. For the first time, she stood not as scavenger, not as wanderer, but as warrior chosen by the Force. Their clash carved lines of fire into the snow, her strikes raw but her will unyielding. When the ground split between them, when the planet itself tore apart, Rey stood alive and Kylo beaten, though their conflict was far from ended. The survivors fled into the stars. The Resistance had struck impossible blow, destroying weapon that had erased entire system. Yet victory was bittersweet. Han Solo was gone, the First Order lived still, and Luke Skywalker had yet to choose whether to return. But the galaxy now knew that the First Order could be hurt, that its terror was not eternal, that even the greatest weapon could fall. And for those who remained, hope flickered once more. On H2, the waves still crashed, the wind still howled. Rey held out the saber, the legacy of Skywalker, as if to say, the galaxy still needs you. And above them, unseen, the Force trembled, for balance had shifted again. The First Order had lost its greatest weapon. The last Jedi had been found. The story had turned another page, one written in both grief and promise. The ashes of Starkiller Base drifted across the void, its fire consumed by its own hunger, its sun restored as if the galaxy itself rejected such a weapon. Yet victory did not mean safety. The First Order had lost its blade, but not its armies, not its will, not its faith in conquest. And with the New Republic decapitated, its fleets and Senate destroyed in Hosnian's annihilation, there remained only one line of defense between the galaxy and the rising tide of darkness, Leia Organa, and the resistance she had built with her own hands. Leia had always carried the burdens others would not. Daughter of Alderaan, she had seen her world obliterated by the Death Star and yet had risen from its ashes. Senator of the Republic, she had spoken truth when others sought comfort, and when they would not listen, she had walked away to form the rebellion. General of the Resistance, she had fought when the galaxy refused to believe the First Order was real, sacrificing reputation and power to prepare for what others dismissed as shadows. Now, in the aftermath of Starkiller, her voice was no longer warning, it was command. The Resistance was small, fractured, undersupplied. Its bases were hidden in the corners of the galaxy, its fleet scattered, its soldiers volunteers and outcasts more than professional armies. Yet Leia's presence bound them together. She was not merely commander, she was symbol. To her fighters, she was the living proof that tyranny could be endured, that loss could be survived, that love and defiance could walk hand in hand. They followed her not out of obligation, but out of trust. She bore her grief privately. Ham was gone, her son consumed by darkness, her brother vanished into exile. She had lost almost everything the Force had given her: family, world, order. Yet still she stood, not broken but hardened, carrying sorrow not as weight but as fuel. Where others would have retreated into silence, Leia stepped forward, refusing to yield the galaxy to fear. She was her mother's wisdom and her father's fire, her brother's courage and her own unshakable will. In the canon of The Last Jedi, Leia's leadership was tested as never before. The First Order struck with vengeance, pursuing the Resistance with relentless precision, forcing them from one sanctuary to another, their numbers dwindling with each retreat. Yet even as allies abandoned them, as the Senate no longer existed to lend support, Leia guided her people. She tempered Poe Dameron's recklessness with patience, teaching him that victory is not always found in glory but in survival. She comforted soldiers who feared, inspired those who doubted, and reminded all who followed her that their cause was larger than ships or weapons, it was the galaxy's right to live free. Leia led not from throne, not from distance, but from within the ranks, her presence in command rooms and hangars alike. She knew the names of her fighters, knew the weight of every life lost, felt each as a wound she carried personally. And when the First Order unleashed its pursuit with overwhelming fire, when resistance ships were shattered one by one, Leia's will never faltered. Even in moments when death brushed her, cast into the void of space by treachery and fire, her strength in the Force drew her back, her will to endure greater than the vacuum of stars. To the galaxy, the Resistance was embattled, scattered, on the verge of extinction. But to those within it, it was family, and Leia was its heart. She carried forward what the rebellion had once been, not as army vast and mighty, but as spark unquenchable, flame carried through the dark. For she understood what few others did, that empires fall not because of fleets alone, but because people refuse to yield. Thus Leia Organa, princess of a world destroyed, senator of a republic broken, general of an army without resources, stood unbroken still. The First Order rose, but so too did resistance, embodied not in palaces or in fleets, but in the woman who had never once surrendered to despair. The galaxy trembled on edge of shadow once more, but it did not face the night alone. It faced it with Leia. The Resistance fled from fire into shadow, its numbers dwindled to handfuls, its ships reduced to ghosts pursued across the stars. Leia guided them. To their aid, worlds too fearful or too fractured turned inward, leaving Leia's people alone. The First Order pressed relentlessly, its fleet stretching across space like a storm without end, its new supreme leader Snoke wielding both military power and the shadow of the dark side. Every escape narrowed, every plan collapsed, until the Resistance was cornered on a world of salt and stone, Crait. Crait had once been base of the rebellion, long abandoned, its tunnels carved into white mineral cliffs, its hangars hidden beneath surface. There the Resistance made final stand, battered transports carrying survivors into caverns that had once stored weapons of war. Outside stretched plains of salt, crimson earth hidden beneath fragile white crust, a battlefield waiting for footprints to bleed color. To the Resistance, it was last refuge. To the First Order, it was final trap. The assault came with fury. Walkers advanced in formation, their shadows stretching across salt like endless night. Kylo Ren, now heir to Snoke's command, led the charge with rage sharpened by betrayal and grief. The First Order's might was overwhelming, the Resistance's weapons were outdated, their speeders relics barely able to fly. Leia stood within the cavern, her people around her, and though her heart ached with the absence of Han and the shadow of her son, she did not falter. She had led armies before, but never one so small. And never had the odds seemed so impossible. The First Order breached the gates, its cannons tearing through ancient stone, its victory near absolute. Yet when despair seemed certain, the Force itself bent, and Luke Skywalker returned. Not in fleet, not in fire, but in presence. He walked across the salt plains alone, his figure small against walkers towering like mountains, his robe flowing in wind, his saber igniting in blue flame. To the Resistance, it was miracle. To the First Order, it was challenge. To Kylo Ren, it was torment. His master, his uncle, his rival, his mirror. The duel was remembered in The Last Jedi not as clash of flesh, but of will. Luke stood calm, unyielding, each strike of Kylo's fury meeting only silence, his blade never touching. Kylo unleashed rage upon him, walkers firing volleys, sabers clashing in storm, yet Luke remained. To the Resistance, he bought time, hope, the chance to flee through hidden paths. To Leia, he gave farewell without words, a brother's presence felt across the cavern though they did not embrace. And to Rey, watching from afar, the bond was deeper still, proof that the Jedi endured, that she was not alone. Only when Kylo struck final blow did truth reveal itself. Luke was not there in body. He was projection, his form carried across the galaxy by strength of the Force itself, a power unseen in generations. He had not come to kill, nor to win battle by arms, but to awaken hope. He had given the Resistance their escape, had humbled Kylo with truth that fury cannot conquer all, had shown the galaxy that the Jedi had not ended. On H2, upon the cliffs where Rey had first found him, Luke sat in silence, the twin suns setting upon the horizon. His body, worn by effort, could carry no more. Yet his spirit was luminous, at peace. He had fled into exile in shame, believing himself failure. Now, in final act, he had returned not as warrior, but as legend, not to destroy, but to inspire. He vanished into the Force as his masters before him had done, his robe settling upon stone, his presence joining Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin beyond the veil. The Resistance escaped into the stars, fewer than ever, yet renewed. For though numbers were small, hope was larger. Luke Skywalker had become myth made flesh once more, his sacrifice a beacon across the galaxy. Children in distant worlds would speak his name, reenact his stand with wooden sabers, believe again in dawn. The First Order had won the battle, but they had not broken the spirit of those who resisted. Crait was crimson, salt-stained by footsteps of war. But in its caverns, the spark of hope endured, carried forward not by fleets, but by faith. The salt of Crate still glistened red where Luke had walked, though his footprints were never truly there. The Resistance fled into the stars, their numbers few, their ships fragile, but their spirit rekindled. They carried with them the memory of what they had seen, a Jedi who had stood against an army, who had faced the fury of Kylo Ren and endured, who had bought their escape not with blade but with legend. To them, Luke Skywalker was returned. Yet as they soared away into hiding, far from the battlefields of salt and shadow, Luke himself sat upon the cliffs of H2, his body stilled by effort, his eyes fixed upon the setting suns. The Force had flowed through him with such power that it strained the very limits of flesh. Across the galaxy he had projected himself, a feat unseen in generations, bridging distance not with ship or holocron but with his own life. He had given all that remained of his strength to create the illusion, to give his sister time, to remind the galaxy of hope. Now, the tide receded. His breath slowed, his body weakened, but his spirit was calm. For the first time in years, he felt peace, not exile, not despair, not regret, but harmony. Luke had carried the weight of failure since the night Ben Solo fell, since the temple burned, since he believed the Jedi were a mistake the galaxy could no longer afford. His exile had been punishment, his silence penance. Yet here, at the end, he understood. The Jedi were not mistake. The failure was not in teaching the Force, but in believing he alone could control destiny. The Force was larger, older, beyond temple or code. It had chosen before him, and it would choose after him. It had chosen Rey, just as once it had chosen Anakin. His burden was not to end the Jedi, but to pass the torch. And in doing so, he had fulfilled his purpose. The twin suns lowered on H2, glowing orange against the horizon. Luke watched them as he had once watched the twin suns of Tatooine, a boy dreaming of adventure beyond desert sands. He was no longer boy, no longer dreamer, but the circle closed all the same. He had seen galaxies saved and burned, he had lifted saber in triumph and in despair, he had been hero, master, exile, and now, at last, he was luminous. His robe settled upon stone as his body vanished, dissolving into the Force as Obi-Wan and Yoda had before him. There was no fear in his passing, no regret, only quiet surrender. He became one with the current that bound all things, his presence slipping into light eternal. For Luke Skywalker did not die in failure. He died in fulfillment, in sacrifice, in peace. Rey felt it, far away in the Falcon's hold, her heart stirring with sudden emptiness and sudden strength. She had lost the teacher she had sought, but gained the certainty that he had believed in her. Leia felt it too, a whisper across the bond that tied them. She did not weep, for she knew her brother had not been lost. He had simply gone where she could not yet follow. Even Kylo Ren felt it, though he did not understand, an absence, a severed bond, a reminder that though he had claimed victory on Crate, the light had not been extinguished. The galaxy did not know, not yet, that Luke Skywalker had passed into legend. But the stories would spread. Of the man who stood against an army alone. Of the Jedi who returned when all thought him gone. Of the boy from Tatooine who had once gazed at suns and longed for more, and who had found it, though not in the way he imagined. The Force remembered, too. It remembered not only Anakin, not only Obi-Wan, not only Yoda, but now Luke, each passing into it, each adding to the chorus of light. The Jedi were not gone. They had simply changed, as the Force always does. Thus the death of Luke Skywalker was not end but transformation. He had given the galaxy hope when it had none. He had given his sister and his student time to fight another day. He had given the Force another luminous presence, guiding from beyond. His body had faded, but his legend had only just begun. And across the galaxy, in the stories of children who played with wooden sabers, in the whispers of those who defied the First Order, in the heart of Rey who carried his legacy, Luke Skywalker lived on. The sons of Hta dipped below the horizon, and Luke Skywalker passed into the Force, his body dissolving into light, his legend solidified. Across the stars the Resistance felt his gift, hope renewed by his stand at Crait. Yet for Kylo Ren, the moment was not hope but humiliation. He had poured his fury into that duel, unleashed all the rage within him, only to discover that he had been fighting Shadow. Luke had eluded him even in death, and Kylo's triumph was revealed as emptiness. In that emptiness, he grasped for power more absolute, and from it he rose, not as apprentice, but as master. The First Order's throne became his. Supreme Leader Snoke was gone, slain not by Luke, not by the Resistance, but by Kylo himself. In the throne room of the Supremacy, amid Praetorian guards and crimson banners, Kylo had turned his blade not against Rey but against the one who commanded him. In that act, he severed chain of apprenticeship, but not the darkness that bound him. He took Snoke's place, inheriting not only command of fleets but the mantle of Supreme Leader. Where once he had been heir of Vader, now he sought to be Vader himself, or greater. The First Order, disciplined and fanatical, did not question. Its admirals and generals bent the knee, its stormtroopers obeyed. Supreme Leader was title, not name, and power mattered more than lineage. Yet within Kylo burned storm that title could not calm. He had killed his master, killed his father, severed ties to the light, and yet peace eluded him. Every triumph rang hollow. Every victory deepened the void within. Still, he pressed on, wielding the First Order with cruelty sharpened by desperation. He ordered hunts for the Resistance across the stars, commanded fleets to sweep sectors, demanded loyalty absolute. Fear became weapon sharper than any saber, for the galaxy now knew that the Republic was gone, its Senate annihilated, its fleets shattered, its leaders scattered. In that void, the First Order spread, its banners raised upon worlds once thought safe. The Age of Empire returned, cloaked in new colors, carried by new name. Leia saw it clearly. She felt the rise of her son's power, the shadow deepening around him, the choice he had made to step fully into darkness. Yet even as she led the Resistance in retreat after retreat, she did not surrender belief that he could return. Luke had told her once that no one is ever gone. Now she held that truth herself, though it weighed heavier than armor. Rey, too, felt the shift. The bond between her and Kylo, the strange tether in the Force that neither fully understood, pulled taut as he claimed his throne. She saw him standing alone upon the bridge of a destroyer, cloaked in command, yet inwardly fractured. She sensed not only strength, but torment, the wound of a soul that had tried to kill love and found it unkillable. She knew he was enemy, yet she could not deny the connection. And he, though he had declared himself Supreme Leader, could not sever it either. Kylo Ren rose, but he rose haunted. His throne was built on betrayal, his power purchased in blood. He commanded fleets, but not his own heart. He bore the mask of Supreme Leader, but beneath it, Ben Solo still lingered, buried, restless, unquiet. The galaxy saw only tyrant. Rey and Leia saw the truth, that his rise was not fulfillment, but fracture. Thus the galaxy entered new night. The Resistance, smaller than ever, clung to survival. The First Order spread across stars like storm clouds. And at its center stood Kylo Ren, no longer apprentice, no longer child of promise, but Supreme Leader. Yet in his rise, the Force trembled still, for balance cannot rest in shadow alone. Light had not been extinguished. It waited, patient, within Rey, within Leia, within the destiny yet to unfold. The galaxy bowed to a new master. But the Force whispered, his reign would not be eternal. Kylo Ren sat upon the throne of the First Order, fleets at his command, legions at his word, the galaxy bending to his shadow. Yet power did not bring peace. He had slain Snoke, declared himself Supreme Leader, silenced his rivals, but silence did not quiet the storm inside. The bond with Rey lingered, a tether he could not sever. His father's hand upon his face haunted him. His uncle's final defiance mocked him. Even in triumph, he felt hollow. And into that hollow came a whisper older than Snoke, older than the First Order, older even than the Empire itself. A voice that had never truly died. The voice of Darth Sidious. The revelation came in secrecy, carried not by Holonet but by dread. Reports spread among First Order scouts of a signal broadcasting from the unknown regions, a voice claiming to be the Emperor, long thought destroyed at Endor. Most dismissed it as trick, rumor, or fabrication. But Kylo Ren knew the dark side too well to doubt. If there was truth to the voice, it meant that his throne was not secure, that the shadow he served was not fully his own. And so he pursued it, seeking the source, determined to confront the power that dared claim authority over him. The signal led him beyond charts, through storms of gravity and darkness, into space unmapped by any fleet. There, hidden within endless maelstrom, lay Exegol, the world of the Sith Eternal. Its skies were black and broken, storms of lightning tearing across endless stone plains. Beneath the surface stretched vast catacombs, ancient temples, machinery humming with terrible purpose. And there, in the heart of it, awaited the truth. Palpatine lived. Not as he once had, golden-eyed, robed, commanding from a throne above the Senate, but broken, his body scarred and withered, sustained by machines, his voice rasping with death yet sharpened by hatred. He revealed to Kylo what few had ever known, that Snoke had been puppet, created by Sith design, vessel for his will. The First Order itself was not accident but extension of his plan, contingency laid long before Endor. He had ruled the Empire, and through shadow he had ruled the First Order, and now, through resurrection unnatural, he offered Kylo dominion far greater. Exegol's depths revealed the scale of his design. Legions of followers, cloaked in shadow, chanted in ancient tongues. Star destroyers by the thousands, each equipped with planet-killing weapons, lay hidden beneath the surface, the final order waiting to rise. Palpatine promised Kylo this fleet, this power, this empire reborn. Yet his offer came with condition: the Jedi must be destroyed, and with them the girl who carried their light. Rey. Kylo, already haunted by the bond he shared with her, hesitated. The Emperor saw it, and pressed. He spoke of bloodlines, of destinies entwined, of truths that Kylo had not yet revealed even to himself. For Rey was no orphan by chance. She was Palpatine's granddaughter, heir not only to light but to the darkest lineage in galactic history. To the Emperor, she was weapon waiting to be claimed, or threat waiting to be destroyed. To Kylo, she was mirror, the only one who understood the fracture within him, the only one who might choose as he could not. Thus the shadow behind all shadows returned. The galaxy did not know. The Resistance did not yet believe. But in the storm-racked world of Exegol, the Sith Eternal stirred, preparing to unleash a fleet that would make even the Empire's terror seem small. Palpatine had cheated death, his laughter echoing across eternity, his hunger undiminished. The war that had begun with his rise had never truly ended. And as Kylo left Exegol, the burden upon him deepened. He was supreme leader of the First Order, but servant still to something older, darker, hungrier. His choices narrowed: destroy Rey and claim the fleet, or join her and defy the one who had enslaved galaxy for generations. His throne was no longer only of steel and banners, it was of prophecy and blood, and upon it the fate of all rested. The Emperor had returned. The final order awaited. And the galaxy, still reeling from Starkiller and Crate, had no idea the night about to fall. The storm of Exegol still echoed in Kylo Ren's mind as he returned to the war. Palpatine's rasping voice haunted him, the promise of the final order pressing like weight upon his throne. He was supreme leader now, yet the title felt fragile, hollow, for he knew the truth: his reign was permitted, not absolute, his power shadowed by the ancient will that waited beneath the broken skies of that hidden world. He had been offered the galaxy, but at a cost, the destruction of Rey, the embrace of darkness entire. And though he did not speak it aloud, doubt gnawed at him. For every time he closed his eyes, he saw not conquest, but her. The bond between them remained, as strong as ever, as if the Force itself had woven their fates together. Across battlefields and stars, their eyes met through visions, their voices carried through silence. They fought one another, yet in each clash there lingered a pull, an unspoken truth, that they were not enemies alone. Kylo could not kill her. She could not let go of him. The Emperor demanded her death, but the Force demanded something else. Leia Organa knew. She had felt the bond between her son and the girl from Jakku, the tension that might yet turn. She had felt Luke's passing, the last light of her brother joining the Force, and she knew her own time was short. The Resistance was cornered, dwindled again and again, each victory costly, each retreat heavier. They needed more than soldiers now. They needed a turning of hearts. Leia had always carried that burden, for Alderaan, for the Rebellion, for the New Republic, for the Resistance. And now, for her son. In the canon of the Rise of Skywalker, the moment came amid battle. Rey and Kylo clashed once more, their sabers blazing upon the wreckage of the second Death Star, its bones scattered across the seas of Kef Bir. Waves crashed, steel groaned, their strikes echoing the war of prophecy itself, light and dark, bound and divided, neither able to destroy the other. Kylo pressed her, his strength relentless, his fury sharpened by the Emperor's command. Rey fought with equal will, her power surging, her heart torn between destiny and doubt. It was then that Leia reached out. In the quiet of her chamber, surrounded by the few who remained, she laid down her mantle not in surrender, but in sacrifice. She called to her son, not with blaster, not with command, but with love. Through the Force she whispered his name, not Kylo, not Supreme Leader, but Ben. The name of the child she had carried, the boy she had raised, the soul she refused to abandon. Her call cut through shadow sharper than any blade, reaching him in the moment of his fury. Kylo faltered. His saber wavered. His strike slowed. For a heartbeat, he was not Supreme Leader, not apprentice, not shadow, he was son. Rey, seizing the moment, struck true, her blade piercing him. Yet even as he staggered, mortally wounded, the bond surged with Leia's final breath. Rey saw the truth, felt the depth of the mother's sacrifice, and in that revelation, she chose not vengeance but mercy. She healed him, pouring her own life into his wound, saving the man who had been enemy, sparing the son who had been lost. Leia's body stilled. Her presence faded into the Force, her final act complete. She had not struck blow, had not commanded fleet, but she had turned the tide of the war in the quietest, most powerful way, with love that endured beyond despair. The guide. But they also knew that she had given them more than strategy or command. She had given them chance. For in her final breath, she had reached the boy within the mask, cracked the armor of Kylo Ren, and allowed Ben Solo to breathe again. The galaxy did not yet know what her sacrifice had wrought. The First Order still spread, the Emperor still waited, the final order still gathered on Exegol. But the balance had shifted. A mother's love, carried through the Force, had begun redemption no weapon could achieve. Leia Organa's life ended as it had always been lived, in defiance of despair, in service to hope, in love unyielding. And the galaxy, though darker than ever, carried her light still. Leia's body lay still, her spirit gone to the Force, but her final act lingered in the galaxy like a breath that could not be forgotten. She had reached her son through darkness, not with blade or command but with love, whispering the name he had buried beneath years of rage. Ben. The word broke Kylo Ren in ways no saber strike ever could. On the wreckage of the second Death Star, amid crashing waves and storm-tossed metal, he felt the mask shatter within him. Rey's blade had pierced his body, but her choice had pierced deeper. She had healed him when she could have ended him, her hand pressed to his wound, her life flowing into his, a gesture of mercy he did not deserve. She left him alive, and in doing so, left him with truth that he was not beyond saving. That the light he had denied still reached for him. That his mother's final gift and Ray's compassion had torn away the shadows he had clung to for so long. Alone upon the wreckage, Kilo staggered, weakened not only in flesh but in spirit. For the first time in years, he was without mask, without master, without excuse. He stared into the sea, and the reflection that stared back was not Supreme Leader, not Sith Pretender, not Vader's heir, it was Ben Solo. The boy who had once laughed with his mother, trained with his uncle, dreamed of a future before the dark side claimed him. He wept, for the first time, not as Kylo Ren but as son. And then the Force gave him vision. Upon the wreckage, as storm calmed for a moment, he saw his father. Han Solo stood before him, not as ghost luminous, but as memory made flesh through love. He was not robed in light, not spectral like Obi-Wan or Luke, but present in the way only fathers can be, born of memory, of bond, of unfinished words. Ben's voice broke as he whispered what he had never admitted aloud, his regret, his weakness, his crime. But Han did not condemn. He touched his son's face once more, as he had in his final moment, and he said only what he had said then, words simple, yet eternal. "I know." The saber fell from Ben's hand, crimson blade extinguished, cast into sea. Kylo Ren was no more. The mask, the title, the darkness he had built to shield himself, dissolved. What remained was Ben Solo. Scarred, haunted, but free. His redemption was not triumphal, not heralded by fleets or fanfare. It was quiet, painful, born of loss and mercy. His mother's sacrifice, Ray's compassion, his father's memory, all converged to pull him back into light. Yet redemption is never end, but beginning. Ben knew his path was not yet finished. The galaxy still burned. The Emperor lived, his fleet waiting upon Exegol. The Resistance was on the edge of extinction. And Rey carried the burden of a name she had not chosen, granddaughter of Palpatine, heir to Shadow even as she bore the light. She faced destiny alone, and Ben knew he must stand with her. Not as Supreme Leader, not as Sith, not as Ren. As himself. Thus the son of Leia Organa, the student of Luke Skywalker, the heir of Anakin Skywalker, turned from darkness not in triumph but in humility. His redemption was not clean, not without stain, but it was real. For the Force does not demand perfection. It demands choice. And at last, Ben Solo chose. The galaxy did not yet see his return. To them, he was still Kylo Ren, murderer, tyrant, Sith pretender. But the Force saw. The Force remembered the boy he had been, the man he could become, the balance that had always waited in him. His path would not erase his sins, but it would give him chance to atone. And so redemption came, not as blaze of glory, but as quiet turning of heart. Leia was gone, Han was memory, Luke was luminous, but their love lived still in him. And as Ben Solo rose from wreckage, casting aside mask and title, he carried with him the truth that no one is ever gone. The sea of Kef Bir roared behind him, swallowing the saber that had once defined his darkness. Ben Solo stood upon the wreckage of the Death Star, no longer Kylo Ren, no longer Supreme Leader, but a son reclaimed, a man reborn. The choice had been made, and with it the path forward was clear. Rey was not to be his enemy, but his ally. The galaxy trembled, the final order stirred upon Exegol, and Palpatine's shadow spread wider than ever. If balance was to be restored, it would not be by fleets alone, nor by one warrior standing alone. It would be by the uniting of light once thought lost. Rey had already set her course toward Exegol, guided by the Sith Wayfinder, the map to the hidden world of shadows. She carried with her the weight of revelation, that she was the granddaughter of Palpatine, heir not to Luke's line but to the darkest blood the galaxy had known. The truth had shaken her to her core. The saber in her hands felt heavier, her every choice burdened by the fear that darkness was her inheritance, her destiny. Yet the Force had not abandoned her. Leia's training had tempered her spirit, Luke's faith had planted seeds of trust, and in her heart she carried something that Palpatine could never understand, the will to choose love over fear. Exegol awaited them both. Its sky stormed with eternal lightning, its catacombs echoing with chants of the Sith Eternal, its vast chambers filled with machines that birthed fleets of destroyers each armed with the power to erase worlds. The Emperor, frail in body but vast in power, sat upon his throne, his voice carrying the promise of dominion eternal. He had waited in shadow, had orchestrated Snoke, had guided the First Order, and now he revealed his true hand. This was not new empire, it was final order, culmination of every scheme, every lie, every sacrifice he had demanded. 1,000 generations of Sith burned behind his eyes, and he offered Rey the throne as his heir. She arrived in defiance, her saber lit, her spirit trembling but unyielding. She would not claim the throne. She would not become weapon of his design. But Palpatine's power was vast, his fleets already rising, his followers chanting in endless tide. Alone, she faltered. Alone, she feared. And then, through storm and fire, Ben Solo came. No longer clad in black, no mask to hide behind, only man stripped of pretense, wielding the saber of his grandfather's line now turned toward redemption. He cut through guards with ferocity born not of anger but of devotion, his path clear, to stand beside Rey, not against her. Together they faced him, and together they were broken. Palpatine, sensing their bond, drew upon it, declaring that their union was dyad in the Force, a power not seen in millennia. He siphoned their strength, draining their life to restore his own body, his frail form straightening, his voice thundering with vigor reborn. Lightning tore from his hands, storms cracking the skies, fleets above rocked by his unleashed fury. The final order roared, but in that roar lay hubris. For though he drained them, he revealed the truth, that their bond was not weakness, but strength. Rey rose, battered yet unbroken. The voices of the Jedi came to her, not as whispers of failure but as chorus of faith. Obi-Wan, Yoda, Anakin, Mace, Keegan, Ahsoka, countless others who had borne the mantle before her. They did not fight for her. They reminded her that she was not alone. She lifted both sabers, Luke's and Leia's, and when Palpatine unleashed the storm, she turned his power back upon him. The lightning consumed him, his body shrieking as the throne, the machinery, the flesh itself dissolved into ash. The Emperor who had cheated death could not cheat eternity forever. The Sith Eternal screamed as their master was obliterated, their chant silenced by the collapse of their temple. But victory bore cost. Rey's body faltered, life slipping from her as she channeled the storm. She fell upon the stone, still and silent, her breath gone. For a moment, it seemed that balance had claimed her as price. And then Ben was at her side. He gathered her into his arms, the bond between them still alive. He had once taken life. Now he gave it. He poured all that remained of his strength, all that was left of Ben Solo, into her. Breath returned to Rey, light returned to her eyes. She lived. And in giving her life, he surrendered his own. Ben Solo fell silent, his body fading into the Force, not as Sith or Supreme Leader, but as son, as man, as redeemed. His sacrifice completed what Leia had begun, what Han had touched, what Luke had believed. Rey wept, but she also understood, he had chosen. At last, he had chosen light. Above, fleets clashed. The Resistance, aided by allies who had answered Leia's call at last, struck the final order. Lando led squadrons through storms, Poe rallied pilots, Finn inspired stormtroopers to abandon chains. Together they shattered the fleet, one destroyer after another falling from the skies, the galaxy refusing to bow. Exegol burned, and with it the last shadow of Sid Ious. The final order was defeated. The Sith Eternal was gone. Palpatine, who had ruled and returned, who had haunted generations, was silenced forever. Rey stood alone upon the ruins, alive but scarred, her legacy not of blood but of choice. For though she bore Palpatine's name, she had proven that destiny is not inherited, it is chosen. Exegol burned, lightning fading into silence, its catacombs collapsing into dust as the final order crumbled above. The Resistance, battered and blooded, had triumphed where the galaxy once believed triumph impossible. Palpatine was gone, his fleet scattered, his cult silenced. Yet the end of Shadow left more than ruin, it left choice. For in the quiet after war, survivors must decide who they are, what they will carry, and what legacy will guide them. And for Rey, standing amid the wreckage, that choice was everything. She had lived with the weight of a name she had never chosen, a lineage she had not asked for, Palpatine. It had haunted her since the truth was revealed, every instinct questioned, every surge of power shadowed by fear that darkness was not only her inheritance but her destiny. She had looked upon her own reflection and wondered if she was merely vessel for her grandfather's hunger. Yet Exegol had shown her the truth. She was not defined by blood. She was defined by choice. She had stood against him, against the fleet, against the temptation of throne, and in doing so she had proven that the Force is not bound to names, nor to lineage, nor to destiny written by others. But the wound of loss lingered. Ben Solo was gone, his sacrifice the final act of redemption, his body vanished into the Force. He had given her life, and in doing so had surrendered his. She carried his memory, as she carried Leia's, Luke's, Han's, all who had given themselves so the galaxy might endure. Alone, she wandered the stars, searching not for power but for meaning. Her journey carried her back to Tatooine, the desert where Luke had once gazed upon twin suns and dreamed of more. The last homestead lay buried in sand, its walls crumbled, its halls silent. She walked through it in quiet reverence, her footsteps echoing where once a boy had walked, where once destiny had awakened. She carried with her the sabers of Luke and Leia, siblings who had borne the mantle of the Jedi, who had believed even in their final moments that light could endure. With care, she buried them beneath the sand, a resting place not of exile but of honor. Their sabers were not discarded, they were laid to rest, their light now part of the world that had begun their story. Yet she did not leave unarmed. In her hands, she carried new blade, its crystal golden, its hilt forged from staff that had carried her through the years of scavenging. It was not inheritance. It was her own creation, symbol of who she had chosen to become. An old woman, passing along the dunes, saw her and asked her name. It was simple question, but for Rey it was culmination of journey. She thought of Palpatine, the name that bound her to Shadow. She thought of Skywalker, the name that had guided the galaxy, the family that had taken her in though she was not their blood. She thought of Luke's faith, of Leia's training, of Ben's sacrifice, of Anakin's redemption, of the love that had carried across generations. And in that moment, she chose. Rey Skywalker, she said. Not by birth. By choice. By legacy. By love. The twin suns set upon the horizon, their light bathing her in gold. She stood as last Jedi, but not alone. For the Force whispered around her, luminous voices carrying through time, Luke, Leia, Anakin, all who had walked the path before her. She carried their name, not as burden, but as promise. The Skywalker line had ended in blood, but lived on in spirit, adopted by one who had proven that destiny is chosen, not given. The galaxy healed slowly, the Resistance rebuilding, worlds freed yet scarred. But across stars, children spoke of Rey Skywalker, the woman who had defeated the Emperor, who had forged her own path, who had carried hope when night was darkest. She was not scavenger of wreckage anymore. She was builder of dawn. And in the light of Tatooine suns, the story turned its final page. the twin sons of Tatuan sank slowly, painting the desert in hues of gold and crimson. Rey stood at the threshold of the Lars homestead, sand swirling around her boots, her new saber at her side. She had spoken her name, not inherited but chosen, Skywalker, and in that choice the saga found its closing arc. Yet even as the suns dipped below the horizon, the story did not end with her alone. For the galaxy itself breathed a new dawn, and with it, peace. The final order was broken upon Exegol, its fleet scattered into fire and ruin. The Sith Eternal had chanted their last breath as their master was consumed by his own storm. Palpatine, who had haunted generations, who had bent empires to his will, who had risen from death itself, was no more. His voice, which had whispered across decades, finally fell silent. For the first time since before the Clone Wars, the galaxy lived without his shadow. The Resistance, once small enough to fit in a single transport, now rose again. Allies had come in their final hour, fleets from forgotten worlds, smugglers, traders, ex-slaves, warriors long scattered by fear. They had answered Leia's call, the call that had begun as rebellion, had grown into republic, had survived as resistance. Now, it became promise. They did not seek to build empire, nor to raise armies that would chain the stars again. They sought only peace, fragile and precious. Monuments would be raised, names remembered, Leia Organa, who had led through grief, Han Solo, who had given his life to save his son. Luke Skywalker, who had stood against Empire alone, Ben Solo, who had returned in his final breath, Rey, who had faced her bloodline and chosen her own. The Skywalker name, carried now by Rey, was not merely family. It was symbol. It was reminder that destiny is not bound by blood, that choice defines legacy more than lineage, that hope endures even when night seems endless. The galaxy healed slowly. Wounds of war scarred core and rim alike. But children played in streets once patrolled by stormtroopers. Traders flew in lanes once blockaded by star destroyers. Worlds long silent in fear raised their voices in song. The Force, long shrouded, whispered clearly again, not clouded by Sith ambition, not drowned by war, but balanced, fragile, alive. Rey wandered, not as Queen of Worlds or Master of Armies, but as Jedi. She carried her saber of gold, the legacy of her own making, teaching not by code alone but by compassion. The Jedi were not restored as they once were, nor buried in exile. They were reborn in her, different, humble, attuned to lessons of past. In her hands, the future was not empire, not republic, but balance. And so the Skywalker saga ended, not in throne rooms, not in Senate halls, but upon a quiet desert. The sun sank, the stars emerged, and the Force whispered through it all, luminous beings are we, not bound by flesh, not bound by time. The story of Anakin, of Luke, of Leia, of Ben, of Rey, was not one of endless war, but of love that endured, of hope that survived, of choice that redeemed. Peace was restored. The galaxy exhaled. And though battles may come again, though night may return in some distant age, the name Skywalker would forever mean light in the darkness. The sons of Tatuan set, and the saga was complete. Thank you so much for spending your night with this Star Wars sleep story. Creating videos like this is part of my dream. To make the best sleep stories on YouTube, with incredible voice actors, richer writing, and beautiful production. But to get there, I need your help. If you enjoyed this journey, please subscribe, drop a like, and leave a comment. It really makes a huge difference and helps me keep growing this channel. I also have other videos waiting for you, whether you love Harry Potter lore, the timeless story of Cinderella, or more deep dives into Star Wars. There's something here for everyone. This is just the beginning of building something truly special, and your support helps me move one step closer to that dream. So, before you drift off to sleep, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Thank you again for being here, and I can't wait to see you in the next story.